Welcome to our cozy corner of stories, where the gentle breath of spring whispers renewal and peace. As the season of blossoming surrounds us, let the warmth of this moment cradle you into relaxation, the perfect path to sweet dreams. Snuggle in, let the soothing narration carry you away, and release any worries as you embrace this tranquil time. Thank you for choosing to spend these precious moments with us. Story 1. Story 2. Story 3. Story 4. Story 5. Story 5. Story 6. Story 6. Story 7. Story 7. Story 8. Story 8. Story 9. Story 9. Story 10. Story 11. Story 12. Story 13. Story 13. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The first spark rose from the embers of the evening fire, a tiny, golden wisp that seemed to drink the starlight. It did not fade but floated upward, and as it rose it was joined by another, and then another, until a river of light was flowing from the hearthstone into the deep velvet of the night. A young boy who had been watching with wide, quiet eyes felt a gentle pull, not on his body, but on his very spirit. In his pocket, his fingers closed around a small, smooth river stone, worn by generations of his family's hands. It was his tether, his piece of home. He rose, not with a jump, but with a thought, and the river of sparks carried him upward. The world below, the thatched roof of his cottage, the sleeping village, the dark ribbon of the river, softened and blurred into a tapestry of shadows. The air grew cool and crisp, smelling of rain-washed sky and something else something sweet and elusive like sponge sugar and moonlight. He was floating, cradled in a current of warm, rising air, the sparks dancing around him like friendly fireflies. He arrived not with a jolt, but as a feather settles. His feet met a surface that was both firm and soft, like walking on dense moss that yielded gently with each step. He stood in a city woven from clouds. Streets were pathways of luminous, pearlescent vapor, and buildings were grand, billowing structures that shimmered with internal light, their walls looking like captured northern lights. This was Nimbus, the city in the sky. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, and the scent was of ozone and night-blooming jasmine. The inhabitants were the Nimbuli. They were tall, graceful beings whose forms seemed to be made of the same stuff as their city, shifting, gentle cloud stuff that glowed with soft colors. They did not speak with words, but with music. A passing nimbuli, its form a swirl of lavender and silver, greeted him with a cascade of bell-like notes that conveyed welcome and curiosity. The boy, unsure how to respond, simply bowed his head, and the nimbuli drifted on, its melody fading into the city's symphony. He wandered, marveling at the cloud gardens where flowers made of condensed light bloomed, their petals cool and silky to the touch, releasing a fragrance of honey and fresh dew. He crossed a bridge that was not stone or wood, but a solidified rainbow, its surface smooth and cool beneath his feet, humming with a deep, resonant chord. These were the singing bridges, and each one sang a different, foundational note of the realm's harmony. But as he explored, he noticed something amiss. The city's light was dimming at the edges. The luminous buildings seemed a little more translucent, the cloud paths a little more gray. The music of the nimbuli, while still beautiful, held a thread of sorrow, a minor key of worry. He saw a group of them gathered around a large central plaza, their forms pulsing with soft, anxious light. In the center of the plaza was a great crystalline spire that pulsed in time with the city's heart. It was the celestial spire, the source of Nimbus's light and music. And it was growing faint. A particularly old nimbuli, its form a deep, wise indigo, approached him. It did not play a melody, but instead reached out a hand of cool, mist-like substance. The boy, feeling no fear, reached out his own. As their fingers met, a understanding flowed into him, not in words, but in pure feeling. The spire was fed by starlight dew, collected from the petals of the starfall blossoms that grew in the caverns of echoing aurora, far below in the roots of the world. But the path was lost, the way forgotten. The blossoms were fading, and with them the spire and ultimately Nimbus itself. The boy knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that this was his purpose. He had been called here to help. He nodded to the old nimbuli, who responded with a single, clear, hopeful note that hung in the air like a promise. His journey downward was through the veil of mists, a swirling, silver expanse that felt like diving through a cool, silk curtain. When he emerged, the world had changed entirely. He was in a vast, subterranean cavern, so enormous its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was not empty. It was alive. Ribbons of light, emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and gold, draped from the unseen heights, shimmering and dancing in a silent, breathtaking aurora. This was the cavern of the echoing aurora. The air was still and cool, carrying the clean, sharp scent of ancient stone and a faint, electrical tang from the dancing lights. The ground was soft, covered in a blanket of phosphorescent moss that crunched softly underfoot, releasing a smell of damp earth and mushrooms. Here the inhabitants were the Glimmerwings, creatures that looked like manta rays woven from living stained glass. They floated silently through the cavern, their passage stirring the aural ribbons into faster, more complex dances. They communicated through these dances, their own light patterns weaving stories and questions into the air. One, smaller than the others, with wings of deep blue and silver, detached from the group and drifted toward him. It circled him once, then gently brushed against his arm. Its touch was like cool, smooth porcelain, and a feeling of guidance filled him. The Glimmerwing led him through forests of crystalline trees that chimed softly when he passed, their sound a cascade of glass wind chimes. They passed a silent black lake that perfectly reflected the aurora above, creating the illusion of an infinite tunnel of light. The Glimmerwing would occasionally swoop down, its wingtips tracing a pattern on the surface of the water, and the reflected lights would shift and swirl in response, showing him the way. Finally, they arrived at a grove, and here the boy's heart sank. The starfall blossoms were there, but they were wilted, their famous petals, which should have been collecting the dew of the aurora, were closed in gray, their texture like brittle paper. They gave off no scent, only the faint, sad odor of dust. The Glimmerwing pulsed with a soft, dim light, a clear expression of shared sorrow. The boy sat amongst the dying flowers, feeling the weight of the fading city above and the silent cavern around him. He felt a profound loneliness. It was then that his fingers found the river stone in his pocket. He pulled it out, its familiar, worn surface a comfort in this strange and beautiful, but dying, world. He held it tightly and thoughts of home flooded him. The crackle of the hearth, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his mother's laughter. A single tear born of this homesick love escaped and fell onto the stone. And then a miracle. The tear, infused with the memory of home, did not roll off. It soaked into the porous stone, and the stone began to glow with a soft, warm, golden light. It was the light of hearth and heart, a light this realm had forgotten. He knelt and held the glowing stone close to the stem of the nearest wilted blossom. The gentle, home fire warmth washed over it. Slowly, tremulously, the gray petal began to unfurl. A hint of its true silver color returned. Then a droplet of moisture, a tiny sphere of pure light, formed at its center. It was starlight dew. He moved from blossom to blossom, not with haste, but with reverence. He held his glowing homestone to each one, sharing its warmth, its memory of love and safety. One by one, the blossoms awoke. They unfurled like silver hands opening to the sky, their texture becoming velvety and cool. A fragrance filled the grove, a scent like cold starlight and vanilla, so beautiful it made him catch his breath. The dew gathered, each blossom cradling a tiny, perfect pearl of liquid light. The Glimmerwings gathered around, their own lights brightening, pulsing with joyous, swirling patterns. They dipped and dove, their smooth, glassy bodies gently brushing against the blossoms, collecting the dew on their wings. Then in a great, shimmering procession they rose, carrying the life-giving light back up toward the world above. The boy followed, his heart light. The journey back through the veil of mists was filled with the reflected glow of the Glimmerwing's cargo. When he stepped back into Nimbus, the city was in the midst of a rebirth. The celestial spire was blazing, a pillar of pure white light that pulsed with a powerful, joyful chord that resonated through every cloud brick and pearl path. The nimbuli were everywhere, their forms brilliant and vibrant, their music a triumphant symphony of gratitude. The lavender and silver nimbuli he had first met played a melody for him that felt like a hug made of sound. His work was done. He stood again at the edge of the cloud city, the river of sparks waiting to carry him home. The old indigo nimbuli approached for a final farewell. It placed its misty hand on the boy's chest, right over his heart. A feeling of profound thanks and an unbreakable connection flowed into him. He was now a guardian of both worlds, a bridge between the hearth fire and the starlight. The sparks carried him down, the melodies of Nimbus fading into a contented hum in his soul. He landed softly beside the dying embers of his own fireplace. The world was quiet, the village still asleep. He was home. He pulled the river stone from his pocket. It was no longer glowing, but it was warm, and when he held it to his nose, he could still smell, ever so faintly, the scent of cold starlight and vanilla. knew then that the wonders were not far away at all. They were connected, his home and the Cloud City, by threads of light and friendship, and he carried a piece of that magic right in his pocket. He curled up in his bed, the warm stone clasped in his hand, and drifted into a sleep filled with dreams of silent, dancing lights and cities built on lullabies. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, the fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalion, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalion spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalion shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. In the quiet village of Evenfall, nestled between the Whispering Woods and the Starfall River, there was a peculiar sort of magic that settled over the cobblestone streets every evening. It wasn't the kind of magic that roared or flashed, but rather the sort that hummed softly in the background. The gentle chime of the clock tower marking each hour with silver bells, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets with the wind, and the way the fireflies seemed to dance in time with some unheard melody. The villagers of Evenfall were accustomed to small wonders. Their flowers sometimes changed color overnight, their cats could understand 3 languages, and their bread always rose perfectly no matter the weather. But lately something unusual had been happening, something that even the oldest residents found peculiar. It began with the stars. Not all of them, mind you. Just one particular constellation, known as the Silver Harp, which normally shone directly above the village square every night at 8 o'clock. Over the past week, the stars forming the harp had begun disappearing, one by one, until only 3 remained where there should have been 7. This would have been concerning enough, but another strange occurrence accompanied the vanishing stars. Every evening precisely at 7, the hands on the village clock tower would pause for exactly 7 minutes, then slowly begin turning backwards until they reached 6:45, before resuming their normal forward motion. During these 50 minutes, the rain, which fell gently every evening in Evenfall, would appear to rise back up into the clouds, and the scent of freshly baked cinnamon bread from the village bakery would reverse its path through the streets, returning to the ovens from which it came. Most villagers simply accepted these happenings with the same calm acceptance they afforded all of Evenfall's quirks. But a young woman named Alara, who tended the village's moonflower garden, found herself particularly intrigued. She had always been observant, noticing which flowers bloomed first after winter, which birds built their nests where, and how the sunlight fell differently through the stained glass windows of the library each season. One evening, as Alara watered her moonflowers, which had begun glowing a faint lavender instead of their usual silver, she heard the clock tower chime 7 times. The last note hung in the air longer than it should have, shimmering like visible sound. Then, as had become customary, the clock hands paused. Alara watched as Mrs. Higgins, the baker's wife, walked backwards out of her shop, the delicious scent of cinnamon retreating with her. Mr. Abernathy, the postmaster, slowly reversed his steps from the mailbox to his front door. And high above, Alara noticed with a soft gasp, one of the remaining stars in the Silver Harp constellation winked out entirely. She decided then that she would solve this gentle mystery. The next morning, Alara visited the village library, a circular building with a domed ceiling painted to mirror the night sky. The librarian, an elderly man named Finnegan with spectacles that magnified his kind eyes, was rearranging books that had apparently reshelved themselves overnight. "Good morning, Alara," he said without looking up. "The astronomy section is particularly restless today. The books keep migrating to the poetry aisle." "Mr. Finnegan," Alara began, "have you noticed the stars disappearing?" Finnegan peered at her over his spectacles. "I have indeed, and the clock and the rain and the cinnamon scent. Not to mention my tea has been cooling rather than warming itself lately. Most peculiar. Do you think there might be something in the old village records, some explanation for what's happening?" Finnegan gestured toward a dusty corner where scrolls and leather-bound journals were kept. "You're welcome to look, though I should warn you. Those records have a tendency to show you what you need rather than what you're looking for." Alara spent the morning poring over the ancient documents. She found birth records, weather journals, and accounts of particularly spectacular sunsets, but nothing about disappearing stars or backwards time. Just as she was about to give up, a small, unbound piece of parchment slipped from between the pages of a gardening manual. On it was written a nursery rhyme in faded ink. "When the harp loses its silver strings, and backwards the clock tower rings, when colors shift and scents retreat, follow the path where light and shadow meet. Seek what was lost in memories deep, where the silent forest secrets keep." Alara read the rhyme 3 times, committing it to memory. "Follow the path where light and shadow meet," she murmured. That sounded like something to do with twilight, that magical hour when day and night embraced. That evening, as the clock struck 7 and the world began its gentle reversal, Alara stood in the village square watching carefully. She noticed something she hadn't before. A path of shimmering light appeared between the clock tower and the edge of the whispering woods, visible only during those 15 minutes when time flowed backwards. The path seemed to be made of starlight and shadow intertwined. The next day, Alara followed her first clue. She visited the clock tower first, climbing the spiraling staircase to the mechanism room where giant gears turned with quiet precision. The clock-keeper, a woman named Beatrice with hair the color of moonlight, was polishing the brass gears with a soft cloth. "Hello, dear," Beatrice said without turning around. "Come about the backwards ticking, I presume." "Yes," Alara said. "Has this ever happened before?" Beatrice shook her head. "Not in my lifetime, but my grandmother used to tell stories about the Great Remembering, a time when the village had to recover something precious it had forgotten. She said the stars would dim and time would stutter until what was lost was found again." "What was lost?" Alara asked eagerly. Beatrice smiled gently. "That, my dear, is the question, isn't it? My grandmother never said, only that the answer would be different each time." Alara thought about the nursery rhymes line, "Seek what was lost in memories deep." Perhaps she needed to talk to the oldest residents of Evenfall. Her next visit was to the Starfall River, where an ancient turtle named Orion, who was rumored to be as old as the village itself, sunbathed on a smooth stone. The water of the river flowed with tiny, sparkling lights that resembled fallen stars. "Orion," Alara said respectfully, "have you noticed the stars disappearing from the silver harp?" The turtle slowly opened one eye. "I have," he said in a voice like stones rubbing together underwater. "But stars cannot truly disappear, they can only be forgotten." Forgotten. Alara knelt by the riverbank. how does one forget a star? Not the star itself, Orion explained, but what it represents. Every star in our sky holds a memory, a story, a promise, a moment of kindness. When the memory fades, so does the star. Alara thought about this. So if the silver harp is disappearing, it means we're forgetting something important. Orion dipped his head in a slow nod. Something the village needs to remember. This gave Alara an idea. She spent the next 2 days visiting every villager, asking them about their memories, particularly any connected to the number 7, since 7 stars were missing, and the strange happenings lasted 7 minutes. Mrs. Higgins remembered that 7 years ago, her cinnamon bread had won first prize at the harvest festival. Mr. Abernathy recalled that exactly 7 generations of his family had served as postmasters. The children at the schoolhouse proudly informed Alara that 7 of them had lost their first teeth this month. These were delightful discoveries, but none seemed connected to the disappearing stars. Then Alara had another thought. What if the memories weren't personal but collective? What if the village had forgotten something they once shared? She returned to the library and asked Finnegan if there were any community events that had happened exactly 7 years ago. Finnegan's magnified eyes blinked slowly. 7 years ago, let me think. That was the year we stopped holding the Starlight Festival. It used to be our most beloved tradition. Everyone would gather in the square, share stories under the stars, and the children would play harps while the adults sang songs of gratitude. Why did we stop? Alara asked. Finnegan adjusted his spectacles. If I recall correctly, it was because of a particularly rainy season. The festival was canceled for 3 years in a row, and somehow we never started it up again. People found other ways to spend their evenings, I suppose. Alara felt a tingle of excitement. The silver harp constellation, the backwards time, the retreating rain, it all seemed connected to this forgotten festival. That evening, as the clock began its backwards dance, Alara stood in the village square with a new understanding. She watched as the rain lifted back into the clouds, as the cinnamon scent retreated to the bakery, as the villagers moved in reverse, and she realized they weren't just moving randomly. They were retracing their steps from 7 years ago, from the last Starlight Festival. The path of light and shadow appeared again, and this time Alara followed it, not to the edge of the woods, but to the center of the village square, where it formed a perfect circle. In the center of that circle, barely visible, shimmered the faint outline of a harp made of starlight. Alara reached out, and though her hand passed through the image, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers. And in that moment she understood. The village hadn't just forgotten a festival. They had forgotten to be grateful for their shared moments, for coming together under the stars, for the simple magic of community. The next day, Alara went from house to house again, but this time she wasn't asking questions. She was inviting everyone to a new Starlight Festival that evening. It's been 7 years, she told each villager. The stars miss our songs. At first, people were hesitant. They had evening routines, chores to finish, books to read. But something in Alara's conviction, and perhaps the peculiar happenings, convinced them to come. As twilight settled over Evenfall, something remarkable happened. The villagers began gathering in the square, carrying lanterns and blankets and musical instruments. Children brought their small harps, just as they had 7 years before. Mrs. Higgins distributed fresh cinnamon bread that steamed in the cool evening air. And Mr. Abernathy brought his grandfather's star charts to share. Then, as the clock struck 7, instead of pausing and turning backwards, it chimed 7 times with particular brilliance, and the hands continued forward. The gentle rain held off, as if waiting. And high above, one by one, the stars of the silver harp began reappearing, burning brighter with each new voice that joined the singing. Alara stood watching as the constellation completed itself, shining more brilliantly than anyone could remember. The moonflowers in her garden glowed their proper silver again, and the scent of cinnamon bread wafted properly through the streets, forward in time like it should. Finnegan approached her, his spectacles gleaming in the starlight. "You solved the mystery," he said softly. Alara smiled. "The village solved it together. We just needed to remember what was important." As the singing continued under the restored stars, Alara noticed something else. New stars had appeared in the sky, forming patterns no one had seen before. A baker's hat near Mrs. Higgins' favorite constellation, a book near Finnegan's usual stargazing spot, a turtle shape swimming beside Orion's river. The great remembering had not just brought back what was lost, it had added new memories to the sky, new stories to tell. And from that night on, the Starlight Festival was held every month, regardless of weather. The clock tower never turned backwards again, though it did sometimes chime in harmony with the children's harps. The rain fell gently forward, and the scents of the village drifted properly through the streets. But sometimes, if you listened very carefully as the clock struck 7, you could hear the faint echo of silver bells from a time that almost was, and see the ghost of a path where light and shadow met. A reminder that some mysteries aren't meant to frighten, but to bring us back to what we've forgotten to cherish. And in the village of Evenfall, under a sky now filled with remembered and new stars, everyone slept a little more peacefully, knowing that their stories were written in the heavens, and their community was held together by the gentle magic of shared gratitude. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, nestled between two gentle hills, lay the village of Moonhaven. It was a place where chimneys puffed curls of vanilla-scented smoke, where cobblestone paths glistened with evening dew, and where the great brass clock tower chimed every hour with a sound like wind chimes dancing in a summer breeze. The villagers were a kindly folk, known for their love of stargazing and their habit of leaving bowls of cream out for the forest sprites. But lately something peculiar had begun to unfold beneath Moonhaven's silver-dusted sky. It started with the stars, or rather, the lack of them. Each night another patch of the heavens would go dark, as if someone had gently blown out a cluster of celestial candles. The villagers would gather on their porches, wrapped in quilts, murmuring in soft, concerned tones as they pointed at the growing emptiness above. Then came the hourglass in the town square, a beautiful, ancient thing filled with sand the color of crushed amethysts. For as long as anyone could remember, the sand had flowed steadily downward. But now it trickled backwards. And if that weren't strange enough, the moon lilies that bloomed only at midnight began changing color, from silvery white to rose pink, then to deep indigo, as if they couldn't quite decide what shade suited the night. No one was afraid exactly. But a quiet puzzlement settled over Moonhaven, as soft and persistent as the gentle rain that often pattered against the window panes after dark. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, with a garden full of sleepy lavender and night-blooming jasmine, lived a young woman named Lyra. She was known for her kindness, her patience, and most of all, for how closely she noticed things. While others talked, Lyra listened. While others hurried, Lyra watched. She noticed the way the dew settled on a spider's web, the particular tune the wind played through the pine needles, and the secret language of the stars. One evening, as Lyra sat by her crackling fireplace, sipping chamomile tea, there came a soft knock at her door. It was old Finn, the keeper of the town archives, his spectacles perched on his nose and a worried frown creasing his brow. "Lyra, my dear," he said, stepping inside and shaking the rain from his cloak. "The stars, they're vanishing, and the hourglass, it's flowing the wrong way. The council is baffled. Some say it's a sign, others say it's magic gone weary. But I thought perhaps you might have noticed something the rest of us have missed." Lyra smiled gently and offered him a seat by the fire. "I've seen it, Finn, and I've been listening. There's a rhyme the children have been singing lately, a new one. It goes, when the clock tower chimes and the rain sings low, follow the path where the silver mushrooms grow. find the key where the two rivers meet, to make the scattered stars complete. Finn adjusted his spectacles. A children's rhyme, you think it's a clue. I think everything is a clue if you listen closely enough, Lyra replied. So it was that Lyra, with Finn trailing curiously behind, set out into the whispering woods. The rain had softened to a mist, and the air smelled of wet earth and pine. Fireflies bobbed like tiny lanterns along the path, and in the distance the clock tower chimed 9 times, each note clear and melodic. They soon found a patch of silver mushrooms, glowing faintly in the dim light, forming a winding trail deeper into the forest. As they followed it, Lyra noticed something odd. The mushrooms weren't just growing randomly. They formed patterns, like constellations underfoot. Look, Finn, she said, pointing. That cluster there, it mirrors the crown constellation, and over there the swan, but see how some are dimmer than others, as if part of the pattern is fading. Finn nodded slowly, his eyes wide behind his glasses. Just like the real stars. They walked on, the forest growing denser and more mystical around them. Soon they heard the soft gurgle of water. 2 streams crossed up ahead, shimmering under the faint starlight that still remained. And there, nestled between the roots of an ancient willow tree, was a small wooden box carved with star-shaped patterns. The 2 rivers meet, Lyra whispered. This must be the key. But when she opened the box, instead of a key, she found a delicate, yellowed piece of parchment. On it was drawn a map of the night sky, but with certain stars connected by lines that didn't match any known constellation. At the bottom, in elegant script, were the words, "Remember what you've forgotten." Finn scratched his head. A red herring or another piece of the puzzle. Lyra studied the map carefully. I think it's both. Look, these lines don't show constellations. They show relationships, pathways, like the way we're all connected in Moonhaven. Just then, a soft rustling came from the bushes. Out stepped a flustered-looking badger wearing a tiny waistcoat and carrying a pocket watch. Oh dear, the badger muttered. I'm late. I'm always late lately. Lyra knelt down. Late for what, friend? For the star gathering, the badger exclaimed. I'm Bernard, the keeper of celestial time, but ever since the hourglass started flowing backwards, my schedule has been all topsy-turvy. The stars wait for no one, you know. Bernard explained that once every century, the stars descended to drink from the mystical springs of Moonhaven, which kept them shining bright. But because the hourglass was broken, the stars didn't know when to appear, and Bernard didn't know when to guide them. But why is the sand flowing backwards? Lyra asked. Bernard sighed. It's meant to measure not just time, but memory. The more the villagers forget the old stories, the tales that connect them to the stars and to each other, the more confused time becomes. The hourglass reflects that confusion. Lyra understood now. The vanishing stars, the backwards time, the color-changing flowers, all were signs that the community was losing touch with its shared stories, its history, its magic. She, Finn, and Bernard hurried back to the village, where the concerned murmurs had grown into a gentle hum of curiosity. Lyra climbed onto the base of the clock tower, the old map in hand. Friends, she called out, her voice calm and clear. The stars aren't disappearing, they're waiting for us to remember. She showed them the map, explaining that the lines between the stars represented the stories that bound them together, tales of kindness, cooperation, and wonder that had been passed down for generations, but had lately gone untold. One by one, the villagers began sharing stories. The baker remembered the tale of the first loaf ever baked in Moonhaven, which was said to have been blessed by a star. The woodcarver recounted how his grandfather learned his craft from a talking owl under a full moon. Children giggled as they shared whispered legends of friendly ghosts who helped find lost mittens. With each story told, a star above flickered back to life. Then little Alara, the youngest child in the village, tugged on Lyra's sleeve. "I know a rhyme, too," she said shyly. "My grandma taught me. When the clock strikes backwards and the stars hide away, gather the memories to brighten the day. Sing the old songs, tell the tales true, and the sky will remember its brilliant blue." As the villagers joined hands and sang the old songs under the slowly brightening sky, the hourglass in the square gave a soft shudder. The purple sand ceased its upward trickle and began flowing normally once more. The moon lilies settled into a tranquil, luminous silver. And high above the stars returned, not all at once, but one by one, each shining brighter than before, as if grateful to be remembered. Bernard the badger checked his pocket watch and beamed. "Right on time," he declared before scurrying off into the night. From that evening on, the people of Moonhaven made a new tradition. Every night they would gather, sometimes in the square, sometimes in cozy homes, and share stories. They laughed, they listened, and they remembered. And the stars, pleased by the revival of connection and wonder, shone down upon them with a gentle, constant light. As the clock tower chimed midnight, its wind-chime melody softer now, Lyra stood on her porch, watching the restored heavens. The gentle rain began to fall again, a soothing patter on the rooftops and leaves. Somewhere in the distance, wind chimes tingled lightly. All was well in Moonhaven. The mystery was solved not by fear or haste, but by patience, empathy, and the simple, profound power of listening. And as the villagers drifted off to sleep that night, each knew that above them, the stars were winking down kindly, keeping watch over a community that had learned to treasure its light, both in the sky and in each other. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to breathe in time with the rhythm of the night. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the slumbering world. But within the warm circle of firelight, a story waits to be told, a tale of quiet magic and unexpected journeys, of friendships that glow like embers in the darkness, and transformations that happen not in grand explosions, but in the slow, steady warmth of understanding. Our story begins with a young boy named Rowan, who lived in a cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. Rowan was a quiet child, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked, the way morning dew clung to a spider's web like a necklace of diamonds, the particular scent of rain on dry earth, the hidden pathways of field mice through the tall grass. But lately a restless feeling had settled in his chest, a quiet yearning for something he could not name. It was a hollow sort of feeling, like an unlit fireplace in the depths of winter. One afternoon, as the sun bled orange and purple across the sky, Rowan was gathering kindling at the wood's edge when he noticed something unusual. Tucked between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was smooth and oval, fitting perfectly in the palm of his hand, and its color was a deep, smoky gray. But as the twilight deepened, the stone began to change. From its very core, a soft, pulsing light emerged, the color of warm embers at the heart of a fire. It didn't blaze or flash, but glowed with a gentle, rhythmic light, as if it held a tiny, sleeping star within. Fascinated, Rowan picked it up. The stone was warm to the touch, and holding it sent a curious sense of calm through his restless spirit. He tucked it safely into his pocket and carried it home, the ember glow a secret companion in the growing dark. That night he placed the stone on his windowsill. As he lay in bed, its gentle pulse painted his ceiling with soft, shifting patterns of light, and for the first time in weeks he felt a flicker of peace. He fell asleep to its quiet rhythm, and as he slept, he dreamed. Not a dream of wild adventures, but of a path of dappled sunlight that wound deep into the heart of the forest, a path that seemed to call to him. The next morning the yearning in his chest was stronger, now accompanied by the memory of the dream path. The ember stone on his windowsill was dormant again, a simple gray rock in the daylight. But Rowan knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he had to follow that path. He packed a small satchel with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of cool water, and with the ember stone tucked securely in his pocket, he stepped into the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of damp moss and pine resin. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy overhead, creating pools of gold on the forest floor. Rowan walked for what felt like hours, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chirping of unseen birds. He had no map, but he felt a strange pull, an internal compass guided by the memory of his dream and the faint, reassuring warmth of the stone in his pocket. Just as he began to wonder if he had been foolish, he saw it, a narrow, almost hidden trail, exactly as it had appeared in his dream. Ferns bowed over it, and it was carpeted with a thick layer of bronze pine needles. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped onto the path. The further he walked, the more the world seemed to change. The light grew softer, tinged with a golden-green hue. The trees were older here, their trunks wide and wise, their branches woven together like the vaulted ceiling of a great, natural cathedral. He heard the gurgle of a hidden stream and felt the temperature shift to a perfect, gentle coolness. He had entered a part of the forest he had never known existed, a hidden world nestled deep within nature's embrace. It was here in this enchanted stillness that he heard a sound that was out of place, a soft, distressed chittering. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, Rowan found the source. A small, fox-like creature was trapped. Its back leg was caught in a tangle of thorny vines that seemed to have grown around it, tightening their grip. The creature's fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes were large and intelligent, now wide with fear and pain. Around its neck was a delicate collar of woven bark, from which hung a single, polished acorn that gleamed in the dappled light. Rowan's heart ached for the little animal. He approached slowly, his hands held open to show he meant no harm. "SHHH," he whispered, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It's all right. I'm going to help you." The creature stilled, watching him with a wary but hopeful gaze. Rowan worked carefully, his fingers gentle as he began to untwist the tough, prickly vines. The thorns scratched his hands, drawing tiny beads of blood, but he didn't stop. He spoke to the creature in a low, soothing murmur, telling it about the ember stone, about his cottage, about the restless feeling in his chest. He didn't know if it understood his words, but it seemed to understand his tone, its panicked breathing slowly calming. After what felt like a long time, the last vine snapped free. The creature scrambled back, shaking its freed leg. It looked at Rowan, then at his scratched and bleeding hands, and its large eyes softened. It took a tentative step forward, then another, until it was close enough to gently nuzzle Rowan's injured hand with its cool, damp nose. A wave of warmth, not from the stone but from somewhere deep inside, spread through Rowan. The hollow feeling in his chest lessened just a little. The fox creature then turned and began to limp away, pausing every few steps to look back at him. Rowan understood. He was being invited to follow. Their journey continued, but now it was different. He was no longer alone. His new companion, whom he decided to name Pip for its small, chittering voice, led him deeper into the hidden world. Pip's limp soon vanished, and it moved with a graceful, silent fluidity, its bushy tail held high. As they walked, Pip would occasionally stop to point its nose at a particularly beautiful cluster of glowing mushrooms, or a bird's nest woven from silver thread and spider silk, sharing the wonders of its home. They came to a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in velvety moss and intricate carvings worn smooth by time. In the center of the circle burned a small, perpetual fire that gave off no smoke, its flames a silent, mesmerizing dance of gold and blue. Sitting beside the fire was an old woman. Her hair was long and silver, flowing over her shoulders like moonlight, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of the forest itself. She was weaving a basket from river reeds, her fingers moving with a practiced, peaceful rhythm. She looked up as they approached, and a smile touched her lips, as gentle as a sunbeam. "Ah," she said, her voice like the sound of wind through pine needles. "The boy with the quiet heart and the Ember-Stone, and you found Pip. I see you've already begun your journey." Rowan was startled. "You know about the stone." The woman gestured for him to sit by the fire. The warmth it gave off was not just for the skin, but seemed to seep into his very bones, soothing his tired muscles. Pip curled up at her feet, looking completely at home. "I am a keeper of this wood," she said. "And I know the signs. The Ember-Stone does not glow for just anyone. It awakens for those who are on the cusp of a change, whose inner light is ready to burn more steadily. Tell me, Rowan, what is it you are seeking?" Rowan looked into the silent flames, trying to find the words for the feeling that had plagued him. I don't know," he admitted softly. "It's just a feeling, like I'm waiting for something, or like a part of me is missing." The keeper nodded slowly. "A mystery of the heart," she mused. "They are the most gentle and the most persistent of mysteries. They do not shout, they whisper. They do not unravel in a day. They unfold like the petals of a night-blooming flower, or the patterns in smoke rising from a fire." She pointed a long, graceful finger at the stone in his pocket, which had begun to glow again, its ember light pulsing in time with the silent fire. "The stone is a guide, not an answer. It responds to the light you carry within. The restlessness you feel is the friction of your own spirit, growing. Like a seed pushing through the soil, it is uncomfortable, but it is necessary." She told him then of the Glimmerwood, the true name of this hidden realm. It was a place where the boundary between the world of things and the world of feelings was thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here inner light could manifest as soft glows, and sorrow could make the streams run slow and quiet. "Your journey is not to a place but through yourself," she explained. "The path you are on will show you what you need to see. Pip will be your guide, for he knows the hidden trails of the heart, and the Ember-Stone will be your lantern, showing you the way when the path seems dark. But remember, its light is fed by your own courage and kindness." As she spoke, Rowan felt the truth of her words settle over him. The mystery was not something outside of him to be solved, but something inside of him to be understood. He thanked the keeper, and with a renewed sense of purpose, though a quiet one, he and Pip continued on their way. The path led them through landscapes that seemed to reflect the chambers of a heart. They walked through a meadow where the flowers chimed softly like tiny bells when the breeze touched them, a place of pure, simple joy. They crossed a bridge over a stream that flowed with water as clear as crystal, which the keeper had said mirrored one's own clarity of thought. Pip drank from it and Rowan cupped his hands, the water tasting of clean, cold mountain air. Later they entered a grove of weeping willows, their long, trailing branches creating a private, shadowy space. The air here was still and carried a faint, melancholic scent. As Rowan walked beneath the canopy, memories rose to the surface of his mind, not loud or painful, but soft and bittersweet. The day his old dog, Badger, had passed away. The time he had felt lonely in a crowd of laughing children. The Ember-Stone in his pocket dimmed, its pulse slowing. Pip pressed close to his side, a warm, living comfort. Rowan stopped and sat on a mossy log, letting the feelings wash over him. He didn't fight them or try to push them away. He simply acknowledged them, sitting with them as one would sit with a friend who was sad. He realized that this sadness, this loneliness, was a part of him too. It wasn't an enemy to be defeated, but a color in the vast tapestry of his heart. As this understanding dawned, the Ember-Stone began to glow a little brighter, its warm light pushing back the shadows of the grove. The hollow feeling in his chest shifted, no longer an empty space, but a space that could hold both joy and sorrow. Pip chittered softly as if in approval, and led him out of the willow grove. The greatest test came as dusk began to settle. The path descended into a narrow, dark ravine. No moonlight reached its depths, and the air grew cold. This was the ravine of doubt, Pip conveyed through a series of gestures and empathetic looks. Here shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and whispers echoed off the stone walls, voices that sounded like his own, asking, "Are you lost? What are you even doing here? You're just a boy. You'll never find what you're looking for." A cold knot of fear tightened in Rowan's stomach. The Emberstone's light, which had been his steady companion, flickered uncertainly. The darkness felt heavy, pressing in on him. He wanted to turn back. He looked at Pip, whose eyes were wide with a shared anxiety, but who stood his ground, refusing to retreat. Rowan closed his eyes, blocking out the intimidating shadows. He thought of the Keeper's words. Its light is fed by your own courage and kindness. He thought of the warmth he'd felt when he freed Pip. He thought of the quiet strength he'd found in simply acknowledging his own sadness in the willow grove. He took a deep, shaking breath and focused on that warmth, on that strength. He pulled the Emberstone from his pocket and held it in his cupped hands, not as a magic tool, but as a focus for the light he carried inside. "I am not lost," he whispered to the darkness, his voice small but firm. "I am on my path." As he spoke, the Emberstone responded. It did not flare into a blinding beacon, but its glow grew steady and strong, pushing back the immediate darkness around them in a firm, unwavering circle of warm, ember-like light. The whispering voices faded into silence. The shadows ceased their menacing dance. The light was just enough to see the path forward, one step at a time. Pip let out a happy chirp and nudged his hand, and together they walked through the ravine, protected by the steady, true light of Rowan's own spirit. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves at the shore of a vast, still lake. The water was a perfect mirror, reflecting the first stars peppering the twilight sky. And in the center of the lake, on a small island, grew a single, magnificent tree. Its bark shimmered with a soft, silver light, and its leaves were not green, but 1,000 shades of gold, crimson, and orange, as if it captured an eternal autumn sunset. It was the heartwood tree, the keeper of the Glimmerwood's deepest peace. A small wooden boat, seemingly carved from a single piece of driftwood, was tied to a post at the water's edge. Rowan and Pip climbed in, and the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently across the glassy surface of the lake. The only sound was the gentle dip of the paddle and the soft lapping of water against the hull. As they reached the island, Rowan felt a profound sense of calm. The air was still and fragrant, and the light from the tree bathed everything in a warm, golden glow. He stepped onto the soft grass and approached the tree. There was no grand revelation, no booming voice from the heavens. Instead, he simply felt whole. He sat with his back against the warm, shimmering bark of the heartwood, and Pip curled up in his lap. He held the Emberstone in his hand, and now its light was constant, no longer pulsing, but burning with a soft, unwavering flame. He looked out over the still lake at the reflection of the starry sky and the glorious tree, and he understood. The restless feeling was gone. It had been the feeling of his own heart, stretching and growing, learning to hold more of the world, the joy and the sorrow, the courage and the fear, the light and the shadows. He hadn't been missing a piece, he had been becoming more complete. The journey had transformed him, not into someone new, but into more fully himself. The mystery was solved not by finding an answer, but by realizing he had been living the question all along. He had come seeking a magical solution, but the true magic was the friendship he'd found in a small, fox-like creature, the wisdom shared by a quiet keeper of the wood, and the steady, growing light of his own kind and courageous heart. After a long, peaceful while, the little boat carried them back across the lake. The path home seemed shorter, easier. When he arrived at the edge of the whispering wood, right near his own cottage, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Pip chittered a soft goodbye, nuzzling his hand one last time before turning and disappearing back into the depths of the glimmerwood, a flicker of autumn leaves in the morning mist. Rowan walked into his cottage. The fire in the hearth had died to ashes, but the room was warm with the memory of its glow. He placed the Ember-stone on the mantelpiece. It no longer pulsed but rested, its deep gray surface holding a permanent, soft inner light, a quiet reminder of the journey and the friendship and the light within. He was no longer restless. He was no longer yearning. He was simply Rowan, a boy with a quiet heart who knew that even the smallest light could illuminate the darkest path, and that the greatest transformations often happened in the silence of one's own soul. And as you, dear listener, rest your head upon your pillow, let the warmth of this story settle around you. Let the image of the gently glowing stone and the steadfast friendship bring you comfort. Remember that within you, too, burns a steady and true light, a quiet ember that can guide you through your own journeys, both waking and in dreams. The fire in the hearth has burned low now, its whispers growing softer, its light fading to a warm, dark red. The story is told. The world is quiet. It is time to close your eyes, to let your breathing grow slow and deep, and to drift into a restful sleep, carried on the gentle currents of the glimmerwood and the peaceful, resolved heart of a boy named Rowan. Sleep well. In a little cottage nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a quiet soul named Leo. His home was a place of comfortable clutter and well-loved things, where the floorboards sighed contentedly underfoot, and the windows framed a world that seemed to hold its breath in reverence each evening. On one such evening, as the sky blushed with the soft hues of twilight, Leo found himself drawn to the attic, a place he usually visited only when necessity called. The attic was a kingdom of memories, filled with trunks smelling of cedar and camphor, stacks of yellowed books, and forgotten treasures draped in dust-laden sheets. Leo had come searching for extra blankets, for the autumn chill had begun to creep through the cottage's old bones. As he rummaged near the far wall, his fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small, ornately carved wooden box tucked behind a stack of his grandmother's quilts. Creak went the lid as he lifted it, the sound echoing softly in the quiet space. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft inner light, and its needle did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something just beyond reach. Curiosity humming in his veins, Leo carried the compass downstairs. He placed it on the hearthrug before the crackling fire, its warm glow painting dancing shadows across the room. As he sat cross-legged before the flames, the compass needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly at him. Then, to his astonishment, a voice, soft and melodic like wind chimes on a gentle breeze, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "It does not point to places," the voice said. "It points to possibilities." Leo blinked. Who said that? A moment later, a plump tabby cat, one he'd often seen napping in the sunniest spot of the garden, padded into the room. Her name was Juniper, and her purr was a contented rumble, like a tiny, well-tuned engine. She settled beside him, green eyes fixed on the compass. "I did," she said, though her mouth did not move. Her voice was in his mind, warm and slightly smug. "That compass has been waiting for you. It doesn't guide you over land or sea. It guides you through yourself." Leo stared, too surprised to be frightened. "You can talk." "I always could," Juniper replied, licking a paw with delicate precision. "You simply weren't listening properly before. Most people don't. They're too busy hearing only what they expect to hear." Just then there was a soft thump from the bookshelf. A small, leather-bound volume with gilded edges wobbled and then floated gently down to join them. It opened of its own accord, and the pages rustled like autumn leaves. A new voice emerged, this one dry, papery, and wise. "The compass of courage," the book said, its words appearing on the page as it spoke. "Forged for those who seek not distance, but depth, its needle points toward the thing you fear most, and thus the thing you must face to find what you truly need." Leo's heart beat a little faster. What must I do? The compass needle began to spin again, then settled, pointing toward the darkest corner of the room, a place where an old wardrobe stood, its doors slightly ajar. From within came a soft, sighing sound, like fabric shifting in a faint draught. "You must follow where it leads," said Juniper, nudging his hand with her head. "But you won't be going alone." The book fluttered its pages encouragingly. "I shall provide guidance, and Juniper shall provide company, but the journey, dear Leo, is yours to make." Taking a deep breath, Leo picked up the compass. Its weight was comforting in his palm. He walked slowly toward the wardrobe, Juniper trotting at his heels, and the book floating serenely beside him. As he drew closer, the darkness within the wardrobe seemed to deepen, becoming a velvety blackness that felt less like absence and more like presence. Swish, the wardrobe doors opened fully on their own. Instead of coats and scarves, Leo saw a pathway lined with silver birch trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost familiar. The air smelled of damp earth and distant rain. "Step through," urged the book. "The compass will not steer you wrong." And so Leo stepped from his cozy cottage into a forest that existed somewhere between dream and memory. The ground was soft with moss, and the light was that of perpetual twilight, soft, forgiving, and tinged with magic. The compass needle now pointed steadily ahead, down a path that wound between ancient trees. They walked for what felt like both moments and lifetimes. Juniper occasionally paused to watch a glowing moth, or listen to the drip 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 of dew from leaf to fern. The book, which had introduced itself as Folio, recited poems and bits of wisdom to keep their spirits lifted. "Courage, dear Leo," Folio said, "is not the absence of fear, but the recognition that something else is more important." Eventually, the path led them to a wide, misty river. There was no bridge in sight, and the water flowed silently, its surface like smoked glass. The compass needle pointed straight across. On the far bank, Leo could just make out a soft golden light, warm and inviting, like a lantern in a window. "How do we cross?" Leo wondered aloud. A figure emerged from the mist, an old badger, leaning on a knotted staff. His fur was silvered with age, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "The river cannot be crossed by swimming or by boat," the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It is made of forgotten regrets and unmade choices. It only parts for those who can name their fear aloud and release it into the water." Leo's throat felt tight. He looked at the compass, then at the badger, then at the silent, gleaming river. "I'm afraid," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "that I'm not enough. That I'll always be too quiet, too ordinary, too easily overlooked." As he spoke, the words seemed to take shape in the air, shimmering, translucent forms that drifted down to touch the river's surface. Where they landed, the water began to stir. Slowly, gently, the river parted, creating a pathway of stepping stones that glowed with a soft, internal light. "Well done," rumbled the badger, a smile in his eyes. "Now cross quickly, but mind your step. The stones remember everything they touch." One by one they crossed, Leo first, then Juniper, with Folio floating above like a careful guardian. Each stone felt solid and reassuring beneath Leo's feet, though the air around them hummed with the echoes of long-let-go sorrows. On the other side, the golden light resolved into a small, circular door set into the base of an enormous oak tree. The compass needle pointed directly at it. "This is it," Folio murmured, its pages fluttering with excitement. "What you seek is within." Leo reached out and turned the brass knob. The door opened without a sound, revealing a staircase that spiraled downward. The air that wafted up was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old paper, comforting and familiar. They descended into a circular room lined with bookshelves. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single, glowing key. But between them and the key stood a figure, a tall, slender being made of shifting shadows and faint, silvery light. It had no face, but Leo felt its gaze nonetheless. "I am the keeper of doubts," it said, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "To pass, you must answer a riddle. Answer wrongly, and the path behind you will disappear. Answer rightly, and the key is yours." Leo's heart sank. Riddles had never been his strength. But Juniper sat down, wrapped her tail around her paws, and began to purr, a sound so steady and calm that it seemed to push back the shadows. Folio hovered near his shoulder, its pages open to a blank sheet. "Ask your riddle," Leo said, his voice stronger than he felt. The shadowy figure spoke. "I am always hungry, I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I?" Leo frowned. He thought of fire, but fire didn't touch just one finger. He thought of time, but time wasn't hungry in that way. He glanced at Folio, but the book's pages remained blank. Juniper, however, had stopped purring. She was staring at the shadow being, her head tilted. Then very softly she began to purr again, but this time it was a question, a rising and falling melody that sounded like curiosity itself. And in that moment, Leo understood. It wasn't about being the smartest or the quickest. It was about listening to the purr of a friend, to the silence between heartbeats, to the wisdom that didn't always shout, but sometimes whispered. "You are a flame," Leo said softly. "A candle flame, to be precise. It must always be fed with wax, and if you touch it, your finger turns red." The shadowy figure seemed to ripple, then bowed deeply. "You have answered rightly. The key is yours." As the figure dissolved into motes of light, Leo stepped forward and took the key. It was warm to the touch, and as he held it, he felt a sense of peace settle over him, a certainty that he had always been enough, just as he was. The compass, which had been quietly humming in his hand, suddenly glowed brightly. The world around them shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, they were back in the cottage, seated before the fire. The compass now lay still, its needle pointing firmly north. Juniper curled up in his lap, her purr a vibration of pure contentment. Folio settled on the mantelpiece, its pages closing with a soft thump. Leo looked at the key in his hand. It wasn't for any lock he could see, but he understood now that it unlocked something inside him, a door to courage he hadn't known was there. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the brook murmured its endless, soothing song. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled softly, perhaps from the village church, or perhaps from somewhere even farther away and closer all at once. Leo smiled, stroking Juniper's fur. He had traveled far without ever leaving home, and he had learned that the greatest adventures are not measured in miles, but in moments of kindness, patience, and listening, truly listening to the world around us. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, Leo knew that whenever he felt doubt creeping in, he need only remember the compass, the cat, the book, and the key, and the journey that had reminded him that he was, and always would be, exactly where he needed to be. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust upon an endless dark tapestry, there spun a small, forgotten corner of the galaxy known as the Serenity Belt. It was here, within a drifting cluster of luminous asteroids and gentle, swirling nebula gases, that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, a planet where the very soil shimmered with soft light, and the inhabitants communicated not with words, but with a beautiful, shifting display of colors that danced across their skin. His name was Kalen, and he was a botanist of sorts, a tender of living light. He had delicate, leaf-like ears that twitched at the faintest harmonic vibrations and fingers that could make dormant seeds glow with just a touch. His heart was as gentle as the pastel hues that often bloomed across his cheeks. The second was a creature from the deep resonance caves of Corallis, a world of humming crystals and echoing caverns. Her name was Myrle, and she was a song weaver. She had no mouth to speak with, but an array of delicate, flute-like spines along her back that caught the air and transformed her emotions into soft, melodic harmonies. Her large, luminous eyes, the color of twilight, saw not just shapes, but the emotional auras of living things. Their meeting was one of cosmic chance. Kalen's small, pod-like vessel, grown from polished seedwood and glowing moss, had suffered a tear from a micrometeor shower. Drifting helplessly, he was drawn by a strange, sorrowful melody to a large, crystalline asteroid. There, within a vast geode cave that sparkled with embedded minerals, he found Myrle. Her own resonant shell ship had been damaged, its harmonic engine silenced. She was weaving a lonely, wistful tune that spoke of isolation and fear. At first, their differences were a canyon of misunderstanding. When Kalen approached, his skin flaring a warm, friendly yellow, Myrle flinched, her spines producing a sharp, discordant note of alarm. He, in turn, was startled by the sudden sound, his colors flickering to a confused, mottled gray-blue. He held up his hands, trying to project a calming, sunbeam yellow, but she only saw the rapid movement and let out a higher-pitched warble of anxiety. For days, they orbited each other in the vastness of the cave, two solitary creatures separated by the very essence of their being. Kalen tried to share food, a luminous, sweet fruit from his home, by rolling it toward her. Myrle, misunderstanding, thought it was an attack and responded with a defensive, low hum that made the crystals around them vibrate unpleasantly. The fruit rolled away, its light dimming. Kalen's shoulders slumped, his skin fading to a dejected lavender. The breakthrough came not from a grand gesture, but from quiet observation. Kalen noticed that Myrle would often sit for hours, her spines emitting a soft, flowing melody as she watched the nebula outside the cave entrance swirl in hues of magenta and cerulean. He realized she was not making noise, but speaking. He began to sit at a respectful distance, simply watching the colors of the nebula with her. He let his own skin slowly, gently mimic the colors they both saw, the deep purples, the fiery oranges, the calm blues. Myrle noticed. One evening, as Kalen's skin shimmered with the exact silvery green of a passing comet's tail, her spines answered with a chord of gentle curiosity. It was a question. He turned to her and his skin pulsed a soft, acknowledging gold. A conversation, slow and beautiful, had begun. They decided to make the crystalline cave their shared shelter, their safe space. Kalen, with his light touch, encouraged glowing mosses and gentle, star-shaped fungi to grow in the crevices, providing a soft, bioluminescent light. Myrle, with her resonant hums, found she could tune the natural frequencies of the crystals, making them glow brighter and even change color in harmony with her songs. Together they transformed the cave into a symphony garden, a place where light and sound were one and the same. Their collaboration was not without its humorous learning curves. Kalen once spent a whole cycle tending to a patch of particularly vibrant blue moss, his skin radiating a proud, brilliant azure. Myrle, wanting to share in his joy, approached and let out a celebratory, triumphant fanfare from her spines. The sudden, powerful sound waves were too much for the delicate moss, which instantly retracted its light and shriveled slightly. Kalen's azure flickered into a startled, spotted pattern of surprise and disappointment. Myrle's music cut off abruptly, replaced by a single, wavering note of remorse. But instead of frustration, Kalen let his skin soften to a forgiving, warm peach. He gently touched the moss, and it slowly began to re-glow. Then he turned to Myrle and projected a series of slow, pulsing colors, first the blue of the moss, then a question mark-shaped swirl of green, followed by the image of a sound wave, gently rising and falling. He was asking, was it the loud sound? Myrtle, understanding the visual story, responded with a sad, dipping melody and nodded her head. Then she experimented. She produced the faintest, most whisper-like hum. The crystals around them tingled, and the moss seemed to lean into the vibration, its light pulsing in time. Kalen's skin erupted in joyful, dancing golds and pinks. They had learned her music could nurture, too, if it was gentle. From then on, they developed a quiet garden hour, where only the softest colors and the most whispery harmonies were allowed. Their deepest connection was forged in the quiet moments, sitting at the mouth of their cave, watching the universe turn. They would point out constellations to each other in their own languages. Kalen would trace the shape of the singing swan with a trail of light from his fingertip, its form shimmering in the air for a moment before fading. Myrtle would then play the constellation's song, a melody her people had passed down for generations, a tune that sounded like wind through cosmic reeds. One night, a rare celestial event occurred, the slow, graceful dance of two twin moons from a nearby system, weaving around each other in a silent, eternal waltz. They sat together, wrapped in the comfortable silence of their friendship. Kalen's skin glowed with a soft, contented silver, mirroring the moon's. Myrtle's spines produced a low, continuous harmony, a sound of profound peace and belonging. No words were needed. The shared beauty was their conversation. The gentle light from his skin and the soft sound from her spines intertwined there on the cliff edge, a testament to a friendship that needed no common tongue. The time came when their repairs were complete. Kalen's seed ship was whole again, its wooden hull gleaming. Myrtle's resonant shell hummed with latent power, ready to catch the solar winds. But the cave was no longer just a shelter. It was a home they had built together. On their last evening, they stood in the center of their symphony garden. Kalen reached out and placed his hand on the largest crystal in the cave. He focused all his gratitude, all his affection for his friend, into a single, brilliant, warm white light that flowed from his palm into the stone, causing the entire cave to flare with a pure, steady glow. It was a light that said, "I will remember you." Myrtle understood. She stepped forward, and with a deep, resonant breath, she played not a song, but a chord. It was a harmony she had never made before, composed of the joy of their first understanding, the laughter from their misunderstandings, the peace of their stargazing, and the love of their friendship. The chord settled into the crystal, which now held both his light and her song, forever intertwined. They parted ways the next cycle, their ships drifting out of the asteroid belt in opposite directions. But they left behind a beacon in the darkness. Any traveler who happens upon that crystalline cave in the Serenity Belt will find it aglow with a gentle, everlasting light. And if they listen very, very closely, they will hear a faint, beautiful melody, a duet of color and sound, a story of two friends who proved that kindness is the one universal language, a language that can build a home among the stars and bridge the infinite gap between worlds. And in that silent, glowing cave, the universe feels just a little bit smaller and a great deal warmer. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kaelin and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kaelin, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kaelin nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kaelin remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the Val's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the Val's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kaelin bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kaelin plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing starflowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Silas like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Silas still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Silas didn't become like Kalen, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Silas felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Silas stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kalen and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kalen exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Silas smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Silas, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends. Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away? Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place. From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it. The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. But now, the stag continued, the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust. With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. The village of Willowvale nestled in a valley where moonlight pooled like liquid silver and dawn arrived in a hush of peach and lavender. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals of wood smoke that carried the scent of cinnamon and damp earth. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows, young Clara stirred beneath her patchwork quilt, listening to the familiar morning chorus, the chirp of sunfinches, the rustle of the old oak outside, and the distant chime of the village baker's bell. But today, a murmur of unease threaded through the air. Clara's grandmother, Alara, stood at the garden gate, her brow furrowed as she surveyed the chaos. Overnight, their lovingly tended plot had become a tapestry of upheaval. Marigolds lay uprooted, their golden heads drooping in the dirt. Carrot tops peeked haphazardly from furrows torn asunder. Even the protective charm Alara had woven from moonbeam threads and rosemary sprigs, a shimmering net draped over the soil, lay in tatters, glinting weakly in the pale light. Third morning in a row, Alara sighed, her voice as soft as crumbling autumn leaves. An old man Hemlock's prize pumpkins were scattered clear across the brook yesterday. Whatever's causing this slips through magic like water through a sieve. Clara pulled on her woolen socks, the mystery coiling in her chest like a curious kitten. Willowvale was a place where dew fairies polished cobwebs at dawn and hedgehogs delivered lost thimbles, but this felt different, an anxious rustle beneath the valley's usual peace. After breakfast, oatmeal sweetened with honeycomb from the bees who hummed lullabies, Clara tied her cloak and ventured out. The village green buzzed with puzzled voices. Mrs. Gable's herb spirals were unraveled into tangles, and the miller's daughter wept over trampled moon petals, their luminous blooms crushed into the mud. "No tracks bigger than a field mouse," said Benji the blacksmith, kneeling by his flattened cabbages. But mice don't shred moonbeam charms. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Magic was Willowvale's bedrock. Its failure felt like a stone skipping across their pond of tranquility. That afternoon, Clara sought the wisdom of the whispering woods. Beneath ancient pines whose needles muffled sound into a velvet hush, she found the mossy burrow of thistleback, a silver-muzzled badger whose eyes held the patience of centuries. His den smelled of loam and dried chamomile. Ah, little observer, he rumbled, stirring a clay pot of steaming root tea over glowing emerald crystals. Trouble in the valley, I scent it on the wind. Sit, warm your bones. Clara described the gardens, the stealth, the defiance of spells, the peculiar lack of large footprints. Thistleback's claws tapped thoughtfully on an acorn cup. Magic unseen often hides in plain sight, child. The strongest wards guard against force, not fragility. Perhaps the culprit isn't breaking through, but slipping between. He nudged a dried firefly husk toward her. Watch when the world sleeps, not with spells, but with stillness. Let the night show you its secrets. So Clara prepared. She bundled herself in quilts on the porch swing, a thermos of lavender milk beside her. The moon rose, casting long Inkai shadows. Crickets sang their rhythmic ballads. Hours drifted by, filled only with the creak of the swing and the sigh of wind through the apple orchard. Doubt began to nibble at her resolve, until a faint shimmer caught her eye near the radish patch. Not a glow, but a disturbance, like heat rising from sun-baked stones. Peering closer, Clara gasped. Delicate footprints, no larger than her thumbnail, dappled the soil. They sparkled with minute, iridescent dust, visible only when moonlight struck them just so. They led toward the brook. Silent as a shadow, Clara followed. The prints wove through ferns heavy with dew, across moss-slicked stones, and into a thicket of weeping willows. There beneath a gnarled tree whose bark peeled like parchment, she heard tiny, frantic voices, a chorus of chitters and squeaks laced with despair. Peering through a curtain of leaves, she saw them, 6 creatures no taller than her hand, with fur like spun starlight and wings like crumpled holly leaves. Their eyes, wide and anxious, reflected the moon. They scurried around the willow's roots, digging frantically with shimmering claws, scattering soil and uprooting bluebells. One clutched a withered acorn, weeping silvery tears that hissed where they struck the ground. Too deep, always too deep, whimpered one, its wings drooping. The heartnut must find soil before the roots turn to dust. Another tugged at a root, sending a clod of earth flying. But the digging wakes the big ones, their glowing nets sting. Clara's heart softened. These weren't vandals, they were terrified, grieving. She stepped forward slowly, hands open. Please, she whispered. I won't hurt you. The creatures froze, then huddled together, trembling. The bravest, with a tuft of cobalt fur on its brow, fluttered forward. You see us, the big ones never see. I see you, Clara said gently. Why are you digging? The creature, Bramble, as she introduced himself, explained. They were pixie squirrels, guardians of the heartnut tree, a sacred willow that anchored magic to the valley's pulse. But their tree was dying, poisoned by creeping blight, only a new heartnut seed could cure. They'd found one miraculously preserved, but needed fertile, enchanted soil to plant it, soil like Willowvale's gardens. Yet every attempt failed. Their claws, meant for weaving starlight, were clumsy for digging. Worse, human wards repelled their magic, forcing them to work unseen, tearing through protections in their desperation. We never meant harm, Bramble sniffled. Only to save our home. Dawn's first blush painted the sky as Clara led the pixie squirrels to Thistleback's den. The badger listened, his gaze deepening with understanding. The blight, he murmured. I felt the valley's ache, but mistook it for winter's approach. He nudged the withered acorn Bramble carried. This seed needs more than soil, it needs a heartroot bond. Your willow is too frail to nurture it, but I know another. He led them to a sun-dappled clearing where a young, vibrant willow stood beside the brook, its leaves singing softly in the breeze. This sapling grew from a seed carried by the last heartnut tree, centuries ago. Its roots remember. With Thistleback's guidance and Clara's gentle hands, the pixie squirrels planted the seed at the sapling's base. Villagers gathered, drawn by whispers of the solution. Benji brought a tiny, polished trowel. Ilara wove a new charm, not a barrier, but a bridge of moonbeams and goodwill that shimmered like a welcoming path. As the seed settled into the rich, dark earth, Bramble and his kin danced upon it, their wings casting prismatic sparks. The soil glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. Days later, Willowvale's gardens bloomed with unnatural vigor, roses as big as teacups, tomatoes gleaming like rubies. But the true wonder was the new heartnut tree, already sprouting emerald shoots under the pixie squirrel's devoted care. At dusk, they flitted through village plots, not as intruders, but as helpers. With delicate precision, they aerated soil, whispered encouragement to seedlings, and polished dewdrops on petals, leaving gardens more beautiful than before. The torn moonbeam nets were replaced with garlands of glowing friendship, strung between fence posts by human and pixie squirrel alike. That night Clara lay in bed, her window open to the symphony of the valley, the chuckle of the brook, the rustle of the thriving willows, and the faint, musical chitter of grateful guardians tending their tree. The mystery hadn't been one of malice, but of unseen sorrows and tangled needs. As sleep wrapped around her like a familiar quilt, she smiled. In Willowvale, even the deepest troubles could be untangled with kindness, a watchful heart, and the quiet wisdom found in moonlit footprints. And high above, the new heartnut tree cradled its precious seed, its roots already weaving magic into the dreaming earth, gentle and deep as a lullaby. In the heart of the ancient forest, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true self when the sun had long since retired. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic so gentle it felt like a whispered secret. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Thistle was feeling unusually restless. The crisp autumn air carried a new chill, one that spoke of coming changes, and the familiar rustle of leaves seemed to hold a different melody, one of farewell rather than lullaby. Thistle's cozy burrow, usually a haven of contentment, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A longing stirred within her, a desire to understand the shift she felt in the world around her. Venturing out into the moon-dappled clearing near her home, Thistle paused to watch the dance of fireflies, their bioluminescent bodies painting golden trails against the indigo night. It was then that she noticed the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a great horned owl named Alastair, perched on a low-hanging branch of the grandfather oak, his feathers silvered by the moon, his eyes holding the depth of 1,000 starry nights. "You feel it too, little one," Alastair said, his voice not a sound so much as a vibration that seemed to resonate through the very moss beneath Thistle's paws. It was a voice like velvet, like the distant rumble of a gentle thunder, and it held no judgment, only understanding. Thistle nodded, her small nose twitching. "The forest feels different tonight. The streams babble a sadder song, and the stones seem to be holding their breath." Alastair's great eyes softened. "The seasons are turning. Autumn is preparing to surrender to winter. It is a time of releasing, of quieting, but it is not an ending, merely a different kind of beginning." He inclined his head toward a path Thistle had never noticed before, one lined with luminous mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue light. "Would you like to understand the language of the forest, to hear what the trees, the streams, and the stones have to say about this change?" With a heart full of curiosity and a whisper of trepidation, Thistle followed Alastair as he glided silently ahead, his wings making no more sound than a shadow shifting. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing secrets. As they walked, Alastair taught Thistle how to listen, not with her ears alone, but with her entire being. He showed her how to place her paw upon the trunk of a willow and feel the slow, deep thrum of its lifeblood, a vibration that spoke of resilience and patience. "Trees speak in the language of growth and stillness," Alastair murmured. They teach us that there is strength in both reaching for the light and in resting in the dark. Soon they came to a small, clear stream that chuckled over smooth, water-worn stones. Alistair gestured for Thistle to sit beside it. "Listen to the water," he instructed. "It never clutches to what it has passed. It simply moves, adapts, and continues its journey. The stream sings of letting go." Thistle closed her eyes and did as she was told. At first she heard only the pleasant babble of water over rock, but as she focused, the sounds began to form patterns like a melody. She heard the joy of the stream as it danced around a large stone, the gentle sigh as it pooled in a quiet eddy, the excited rush as it tumbled down a small cascade. It was a song of constant motion, of acceptance. Next, Alistair led her to a circle of ancient moss-covered stones that stood in a starlit clearing. The air here was still and carried the rich, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. "Place your forehead against the stone," the owl said softly. "The stones remember. They hold the memories of the forest." Thistle pressed her small head to the cool, rough surface of the largest stone. For a moment there was only silence. Then a warmth spread through her and images flickered in her mind. Summers of abundant sunshine, winters of deep, protective snow, the endless cycle of life unfolding in quiet majesty. The stones spoke not in words but in feelings, of permanence, of patience, of being deeply rooted while the world changed around them. As they continued their journey, the forest revealed its nocturnal wonders. Glowing lichen clung to the north sides of trees like nature's own constellations. A family of foxes paused to regard them with intelligent, kind eyes before melting back into the shadows. Overhead, the leaves of the aspen trees trembled in a soft breeze, creating a sound like gentle rainfall, a natural ASMR that soothed Thistle's restless spirit. But as they reached the heart of the forest, a vast clearing where the moonlight pooled so brightly it seemed almost daylight, Thistle felt a pang of sadness. The magnificent bioluminescent fungi that usually carpeted the clearing were beginning to dim, their light fading like dying embers. The air, once warm and buzzing with life, now held a sharper edge. "It is happening," she whispered, her voice small. "The magic is fading." Alistair settled beside her on a fallen log covered in velvet moss. "Look closer, little one." As Thistle watched, she noticed that as one light faded, another took its place. Tiny, ice-like crystals were beginning to form on the branches of the surrounding fir trees, catching the moonlight and scattering it into 1,000 prismatic sparks. The stream at the edge of the clearing, which had been laughing freely, now moved with a slower, more deliberate grace, its surface beginning to crust with the first delicate lace of ice. "The forest does not die," Alistair said, his voice a gentle rumble. "It rests, it dreams, and in its dreams it gathers strength for the renewal to come. The magic is not fading, it is changing its form." He explained how the winter would blanket the forest in silence and snow, a time for roots to deepen, for seeds to sleep and gather potential, for the earth to breathe out and then in again. Just as you retreat to your burrow for long sleeps, the entire forest enters a period of quiet contemplation. It is necessary, it is wise. As if to emphasize his words, a soft snow began to fall, large, lazy flakes that drifted down like feathers, muffling the world in a peaceful hush. Thistle watched, mesmerized, as the snow settled on her spines, on Alistair's feathers, on the glowing mushrooms and the crystal-laden trees. The forest was being tucked in, and the feeling was not one of loss, but of profound comfort. She understood now. The sadness she had felt was not an end, but a part of the cycle, a gentle release, like the trees letting go of their leaves. It made the return of spring all the sweeter, the rebirth all the more magical. With a heart full of newfound peace, Thistle thanked Alistair, whose eyes twinkled with approval. "Remember this night, little one. Whenever change unsettles you, listen for the language of the forest. It will always guide you back to peace." the journey back to her burrow was transformed. Thistle heard the soft crunch of snow underfoot as a winter lullaby. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a whispered promise of comfort. Even the distant hoot of Alastair bidding her good night felt like a blanket of reassurance. She reached her burrow just as the snow began to fall in earnest, draping the world in a pristine white quilt. Curling into her nest of dry leaves and soft moss, Thistle felt no more restlessness, only a deep and abiding contentment. The crackle of the frost outside was not a threat, but a natural rhythm. The silence was not empty, but full of potential. As she drifted into sleep, she knew that the ancient forest was not slumbering helplessly, but dreaming powerfully, gathering its magic for the day the sun would return and the cycle would begin anew. And in her own dreams, she spoke the language of the trees, the streams, and the stones, forever part of the gentle, eternal dance of rest and renewal. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the little dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations' sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations' sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it. Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief, it was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, find the key in the constellation's sigh. Perhaps the constellation's sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. We must sing the old songs, Lyra explained. The songs our grandparents sang to the stars. But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in misses. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. We're on the right path, she said, but we need the song of the constellations. She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. You have remembered, the late nymph said. The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clock-mender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. The attic smelled of dust and forgotten summers, a scent like dried roses and old paper. Moonlight filtered through the small, grimy window, painting silver stripes across stacked trunks and shrouded furniture. Sam, bundled in a thick, cable-knit sweater against the chill, wasn't looking for anything specific. Granddad had mentioned an old box of holiday decorations, and with Christmas approaching, curiosity had drawn Sam upwards into the quiet, shadowed space. Behind a leaning stack of hat boxes, Sam found it. Not a box of baubles, but a single object wrapped in faded blue velvet. Unfolding the soft fabric revealed a snow globe unlike any other. The base was dark, polished wood, cool to the touch. Inside, resting on a bed of impossibly fine, glittering white sand, stood a miniature forest of frosted silver birch trees. At its center, catching the moonlight in its glass curve, stood a tiny, perfect ice palace, its spires delicate as spun sugar. But the most astonishing thing was the snow itself. It wasn't still. Tiny flakes swirled in a perpetual, gentle dance within the glass sphere, catching the light like miniature diamonds. It felt alive. Sam cradled it carefully, the glass cool against their palms. Peering closer, breath fogging the surface, Sam gasped. Deep within the miniature forest, a flicker of movement. A small, impossibly white creature with ears like snowdrifts darted between the trees. A snow hare. But it seemed more. Its eyes, when it paused for a fleeting second, glowed with a soft, intelligent light. As Sam watched, mesmerized, the swirling snow seemed to coalesce, forming a path leading deeper into the tiny woods towards the distant ice palace. A strange sense of invitation, a silent whisper on the edge of hearing, filled the quiet attic. Come see. That night, Sam placed the globe on the bedside table. Sleep was elusive. The swirling snow seemed to beckon, its motion hypnotic. When sleep finally came, it wasn't restful. Sam dreamed of vast, silent forests blanketed in deep snow, of biting cold that somehow didn't feel harsh, and of a feeling of profound loss, like a beautiful song fading away. And always watching from the edges of the dream, the luminous eyes of the snow hare. Morning dawned gray and frosty. Sam couldn't stop thinking about the globe. Throughout breakfast, homework, and helping Granddad in the garden, the image of the tiny, dancing snow and the watchful hare filled Sam's thoughts. That afternoon, back in the quiet sanctuary of their room, Sam picked up the globe again. Holding it close, Sam focused on the swirling snow, on the tiny palace, on the feeling of the dream. The world seemed to narrow, the sounds of the house fading. The glass felt colder, vibrating faintly. The swirling snow intensified, becoming a blizzard within the globe, obscuring the trees, the palace, everything except that feeling of invitation, now urgent, pulsing like a heartbeat against Sam's palms. Then, with a sound like a sigh and a chime of breaking ice, the room dissolved. Sam wasn't in the bedroom anymore. Sam stood knee-deep in snow so pure and white, it seemed to glow from within. Towering silver birch trees, their bark smooth and pale, stretched endlessly in every direction, their bare branches laced with frost that glittered like crushed diamonds under a sky the color of twilight lavender. The air was crisp and sharp, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The snow globe lay nestled in the snow at Sam's feet, inert now, its snow still. Panic fluttered in Sam's chest. Where was this? How to get back? The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Then a soft crunch. Sam whirled around. There, perched on a snow-dusted log, was the snow hare. It was larger than any hare Sam had ever seen, almost the size of a small dog. Its fur wasn't just white, it shimmered with a subtle inner light, like moonlight on snow. Its eyes, large and dark-lashed, held that same intelligent glow Sam had glimpsed in the globe. They regarded Sam calmly, without fear. "Hello," Sam whispered, the sound startlingly loud in the stillness. The hare tilted its head. It didn't speak, but Sam felt a wave of understanding. A feeling of curiosity mixed with a deep, underlying sadness washed over Sam. The hare hopped down from the log and nudged something half buried in the snow near Sam's boot. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden acorn. Sam picked it up. It felt warm and strangely comforting. "Follow," the feeling seemed to whisper, emanating from the hare. It turned and began hopping through the trees, pausing occasionally to look back, its luminous eyes urging Sam on. Trusting the strange intuition and the gentle presence of the hare, Sam tucked the warm acorn into a pocket and followed. They walked for what felt like hours, though the lavender twilight sky never changed. The forest was a wonderland. Frost flowers bloomed on frozen streams, their petals crystalline and intricate. Strange, glowing mosses clung to rocks, casting soft pools of blue and green light. Snowflakes, each one a unique masterpiece, drifted down, landing silently. Yet beneath the beauty, Sam began to sense what the hare carried, a deep melancholy. Patches of the forest looked faded. Trees seemed less substantial, their frost duller. The air felt thinner in places, the silence more profound, less peaceful, more like emptiness. The vibrant glow of the mosses dimmed in certain clearings. Something was wrong. The magic was draining away. The hare led Sam to a clearing dominated by a colossal ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and blackened, stark against the white. Unlike the silver birches, it radiated a sense of immense age and profound sorrow. At its base, partially covered by snow, lay scattered fragments of what looked like carved ice, a broken archway, a shattered column. This, Sam understood with a pang, was once a gateway, a place of power. Now it was ruined. The hare sat beside the fragments, its head bowed, radiating grief. Images flickered in Sam's mind, vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, music like wind chimes, laughter like falling snow, creatures of frost and starlight dancing where now only emptiness reigned. This was the heart of the fading. Why? Sam projected the thought, focusing on the hare. The hare lifted its head. An image formed in Sam's mind, a magnificent stag, its antlers like branches of ice, crowned with starlight. The stag of solstice, the guardian spirit whose presence anchored the magic of this hidden world, the winter sanctum. Another image, the stag growing weary, its light dimming, seeking solitude deep within the ice palace, the very heart of the sanctum. And then a final chilling image, a creeping shadow, formless and cold, seeping from the cracks in the ruined gateway, drawn to the stag's fading light, feeding on it, accelerating the decay. The shadow wasn't malicious, the hare conveyed, but a consequence of the broken gateway and the guardian's withdrawal of void-seeking energy. Without the stag's light to sustain the magic and repel their encroaching emptiness, the winter sanctum was dying. The hare nudged the snow globe which Sam still carried. An image of the tiny ice palace within it shimmered. Help. Heart. Light. The plea was clear. The stag needed to be reminded, reconnected to the world it guarded. Its light needed to shine again, to push back the shadow and mend the broken flows of magic. But the path to the ice palace, once open and vibrant, was now treacherous, choked with the draining shadow and places where the very fabric of the sanctum was thinning. Sam looked at the hare, then at the broken gateway, feeling a surge of determination mixed with fear. We have to go to the palace, we have to find the stag. The hare met Sam's gaze, its luminous eyes filled with a fragile hope. It dipped its head in agreement. Their unlikely friendship, forged in silence and shared sorrow, was the key. Their journey towards the distant spires of the ice palace, visible now above the treetops, became a trial. They crossed a frozen lake where the ice groaned ominously, thin cracks spiderwebbing underfoot. The shadow thickened here, a palpable chill that seeped into Sam's bones, whispering doubts. You don't belong. You're too small. You'll fail. Sam clutched the warm wooden acorn in their pocket, focusing on the hare's steady presence ahead, its fur a beacon in the gloom. The hare seemed to know the safest paths, guiding Sam around patches of unnerving translucence where the snowy ground seemed to fade into starless void. They navigated a ravine filled with singing icicles that chimed a mournful, discordant tune as the shadow passed near. The hare showed Sam how to step softly, how the vibration of heavy footsteps made the icicles shriek and shatter like glass. Sam learned to move with the quiet grace the forest demanded. In return, when they encountered a patch of the glowing blue moss needed to illuminate a particularly dark tunnel, Sam's smaller hands could carefully gather it without crushing its delicate light, something the hare couldn't manage. They worked together, each compensating for the other's limitations, their bond strengthening with each obstacle overcome. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow beneath giant, snow-laden ferns, the shadow pressed close. It felt like despair made tangible. Sam shivered violently, the cold biting deeper than ever before. The hare pressed close, its warmth surprisingly potent. It nudged the snow globe Sam held. Hesitantly, Sam held it up. The swirling snow within, dormant since their arrival, began to move again, sluggishly at first, then faster. As it swirled, a soft, pure light emanated from the globe, pushing back the immediate darkness, creating a small circle of warmth and clarity. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice. The globe wasn't just a key, it was a shield, powered by hope. Sam felt the acorn pulse warmly in their pocket, a steady counterpoint to the globe's light. Finally, after what felt like days within the timeless twilight, they stood before the ice palace. It was breathtaking, soaring spires carved from glacial blue ice, intricate bridges spanning crystalline chasms, windows like frozen starlight. But it was also silent and felt empty. A sense of profound isolation radiated from it. The grand entrance gates, made of interlocking ice crystals, stood slightly ajar. The shadow seemed thicker here, clinging to the palace walls like frost, dimming its inherent luminescence. Inside, the palace was a marvel of frozen architecture. Halls glittered with icy chandeliers, frozen waterfalls cascaded down walls, and rooms held sculptures of ice so lifelike they seemed ready to move. Yet an oppressive silence hung heavy. They found the stag in the highest chamber, a vast observatory with a ceiling open to the twilight sky. He stood by a great frozen window, looking out not at the dying forest, but into the infinite, cold stars. His form was magnificent, powerful shoulders, antlers that seemed to hold constellations, but his light was dim, flickering weakly. The magnificent silver-blue fur looked dull, almost gray. A deep weariness, a sadness that had settled into his bones, radiated from him. The draining shadow coiled lazily around the base of his dais, pulsing faintly as it siphoned the remnants of his energy. The stag didn't turn as they entered. A wave of such profound loneliness and resignation washed over Sam that tears stung their eyes. The hare bounded forward, stopping a respectful distance away, radiating urgency and concern. It sent waves of feeling, images of the fading birches, the dimming mosses, the silent clearings where laughter once rang. The stag slowly turned his great head. His eyes, deep pools of ancient sky, held infinite sorrow. Why come? The thought echoed in the chamber, heavy with grief. The gateway is broken. The connection severed. My light fades. The sanctum fades. It is the way of things. He spoke of the ruined gateway, a place of communion not just with other hidden realms, but with the joy of the season it represented. Its destruction had cut him off from the source of renewal, the shared spirit of wonder and warmth that sustained him. He had retreated, believing his purpose lost, his light no longer needed, consumed by grief for what was broken. Sam stepped forward, heart pounding. Holding up the snow globe, Sam focused all their will, all the warmth of the wooden acorn, all the hope kindled by the journey and the hare's friendship. The snow inside swirled violently, blazing with a pure white light that filled the chamber, pushing the shadow back into the corners with a hiss. Sam projected feelings, not words, the crunch of snow underfoot, the scent of pine, the laughter-like chime of falling icicles before they became mournful. Sam showed the stag the hare's luminous eyes filled with hope, the delicate frost flowers, the determined glow of the moss they had gathered. Sam showed him the memory of the vibrant gatherings under the twilight sky, the music, the joy, the life of his world that was still clinging on, fighting to exist, waiting for him. See. Sam thought with all their might, pouring the warmth of the acorn and the light of the globe into the projection. It's still beautiful. It still needs you. It still lives. The broken gateway took the old connection, but you are the heart. Your light is the magic. Don't let the shadow win because of sorrow. We found you. We believe. The stag stared at the glowing globe, then at Sam's earnest face, then at the snow hare, radiating unwavering loyalty. A tremor went through his massive frame. The dim light within him flickered, then steadied. It grew slowly at first, pushing back the gloom in the chamber. The sorrow in his eyes didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a dawning recognition, a spark of the old purpose, rekindled. He lowered his great head, his breath a plume of frost that shimmered with tiny rainbows in the light from the globe. You see, the stag's thought resonated, quieter now, filled with wonder. You crossed the thinning veil for us. The snow hare bounded closer, nuzzling the stag's massive foreleg. Hope, it radiated simply. Friendship. The stag closed his eyes. When he opened them, the deep pools of sky blazed with renewed light, a brilliant silver blue that banished the last clinging tendrils of shadow from the chamber. He threw back his magnificent head and let out a sound that was neither a roar nor a bellow, but a deep, resonant chime that echoed through the frozen palace like 100 crystal bells. The sound vibrated through the ice, through the air, through Sam's very bones. Outside the palace, visible through the great window, their effect was immediate. The fading patches of forest seemed to solidify, their colors deepening. The frost on the birches glittered fiercely. The dim mosses flared back into vibrant life. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the distant, joyful chime of icicles harmonizing, the whisper of wind through revitalized branches, the soft crunch of snow as unseen creatures began to stir. The winter sanctum breathed a sigh of profound relief, the magic flowing back, strong and vital. The journey back through the forest felt like walking through a dream reborn. The air hummed with renewed energy, vibrant and crisp. Creatures Sam hadn't seen before emerged, tiny ice sprites skating on frozen ponds, owl-like beings with feathers of frost watching curiously from branches, even a lumbering, friendly creature made of packed snow who offered them a ride partway. The hare bounded alongside, its fur shimmering with pure joy, its luminous eyes reflecting the revitalized world. They reached the ruined gateway clearing. The ancient oak still stood, but the air around it crackled with potential. The stag was already there, his presence immense and calming, his light bathing the broken fragments of ice. He lowered his head towards Sam and the hare. The gateway is broken, he thought, but the connection you forged, it is a new kind of bridge. Stronger, perhaps, built on courage, kindness, and shared hope. The sanctum is healed. The shadow is banished for now. He looked at Sam. You carry a piece of this world within you now, and it carries a piece of you. He touched his great muzzle to the snow globe Sam held. A pulse of pure, silver light flowed from him into the glass sphere. The miniature ice palace within glowed with an inner radiance. The swirling snow sparkled with renewed intensity. This is your key and your reminder. The sanctum sleeps now, healing fully. but it will always be there, just beyond the veil of frost on your window pane, in the heart of a snowflake, in the quiet magic of winter's hush. Guard its memory. The stag turned his gaze to the hare. A deep understanding passed between them, a bond reforged. The hare dipped its head, then looked at Sam. It hopped forward and gently nudged Sam's hand, holding the globe. Time to go home. Sam understood. The adventure was over, but the magic wasn't lost. With a final look at the stag, majestic and radiant beneath the twilight sky, and at the snow hare, a friend found in the heart of winter, Sam tightened their grip on the glowing snow globe. Focusing on the swirling snow, on the warmth of the wooden acorn, on the feeling of their own cozy bed, Sam closed their eyes. There was a sensation of gentle falling, a chime like distant bells, and the crisp scent of pine was replaced by the familiar smell of home-warm bread and wood smoke. Sam opened their eyes. They were back in their own room, moonlight streaming through the window. They sat on their bed, still bundled in the cable-knit sweater. The snow globe rested on the bedside table, its snow swirling peacefully once more. The tiny ice palace glowed faintly from within. In Sam's hand, the wooden acorn was warm. Sam smiled, a deep sense of peace and quiet wonder settling over them like a cozy blanket. The world outside the window was just an ordinary winter night. But Sam knew differently. They had seen the hidden heart of winter, fought shadows with friendship and hope, and helped mend a broken magic. They carefully placed the warm acorn beside the glowing snow globe. As they snuggled down under the thick quilts, the gentle swirl of snow within the glass sphere was the last thing Sam saw before sleep claimed them, a silent promise of hidden wonders, of courage found in unlikely places, and of the enduring magic that exists just beyond the edge of sight, guarded by kindness and remembered in the quiet hush of falling snow. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle glow of the ice palace within the glass, and the memory of a luminous friend, would forever light the way to peaceful dreams. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle spirals and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the true music of the cosmos. The first was a being from the watery world of Azura. His name was Kalen, and he resembled a gentle, bipedal creature with skin that shifted through soft blues and greens like sunlit seawater. He did not speak in words, but in colors that shimmered across his skin, and in the delicate, bell-like chimes that resonated from the tiny, frilled fins behind his ears. When he was happy, his skin glowed with warm golds. When thoughtful, it deepened to violet, and when he sang, the air around him hummed with harmonies that could calm even the most turbulent star winds. The second was from the crystalline planet of Xylos. Her name was Lyra, and she was a slender being whose body seemed woven from living, translucent crystal. She communicated not with sounds or colors, but with vibrations, a symphony of resonant hums and pulses that traveled through the air and could be felt as much as heard. Her kind learned by touch, and when she was curious, her crystal form would shimmer with captured starlight, casting prismatic patterns on any surface nearby. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the universe. Kalen's small, pearlescent pod ship had been damaged by a wandering comet's tail, forcing him to land on Lumen's surface. Lyra had been studying the moon's unique mineral formations when she felt the tremor of the crash through the very ground she stood upon. She found Kalen not far from his vessel, his skin pulsing with anxious silver streaks, his chimes sounding like worried raindrops. At first, they could not understand one another. Kalen's color speak meant nothing to Lyra, whose world was one of vibration and frequency. When he glowed a friendly, welcoming yellow, she misinterpreted the light as a threat. On Xylos, sudden bright lights often signaled danger. She answered with a low, warning hum that made the ground tremble slightly. Kalen in turn read the vibration as hostility and flushed a nervous gray. But then something shifted. Kalen, remembering his people's way of offering peace, slowly extended a hand, palm up, and let his skin soften into the pale, gentle blue of a calm sea. He did not move. He simply held the color, steady and kind. Lyra, feeling the shift in the energy around her, stilled her own vibrations. She reached out one crystalline finger and very gently touched his palm. In that moment, a bridge was formed. Through that touch, Lyra felt the gentle, melodic nature of Kalen's spirit, not as color or sound, but as pure emotion. And Kalen, through the contact, felt the resonant, curious hum of Lyra's being, not as vibration, but as warmth. They both pulled back, astonished. Then, for the first time, Kalen's skin flushed with a color Lyra understood instinctively, the soft rose gold of friendship. And Lyra answered with a vibration that felt, to Kalen, like the first chord of a lullaby. They decided to build a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home while Kalen's ship repaired itself. They chose a wide, shallow crater on Lumen's surface, protected by overhanging arches of moon rock. Kalen used the organic technology of his people, coaxing luminescent mosses and gentle, glowing fungi to grow along the walls, their light shifting with his moods. Lyra used her innate connection to crystal and mineral, humming specific frequencies that caused the very stone to reshape, forming clear, quartz-like benches and shelves that caught and magnified the soft light. They called their creation the Starlight Haven. In its center, they made a garden. Kalen cultivated pools of water brought from his ship, water that swirled with living, microscopic algae that glimmered like liquid constellations. Lyra grew crystal flowers that bloomed when certain star patterns aligned overhead, their facets tuned to the music of the spheres. It was a place of both liquid softness and crystalline structure, of shifting colors and constant, gentle vibrations. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen noticed Lyra looking particularly dim. Her natural shimmer had faded to a soft glow. Concerned, he brought her one of the glowing moss balls from the wall, thinking the light might cheer her. But on Xylos, offering light to someone who was dim was like shouting at someone who wished to be quiet. Lyra recoiled, her vibrations sharp with offense. Kalen's skin flashed with confused orange spots. It was Lyra who figured it out first. She stilled herself, then pulsed a slow, questioning vibration toward the moss ball. Kalen, understanding, dimmed the moss ball until it was just a memory of light. Then Lyra pulsed a warmer, grateful frequency. She was not sad, she explained through a series of touches and projected feelings. She was in a state of deep, peaceful contemplation, which for her people involved drawing their light inward. Kalen glowed with understanding, his colors softening to a serene lavender. They had learned her quiet was not a cry for help, and his offer of light was not an intrusion. Another time, Lyra tried to share her joy by creating a complex, joyful harmonic that resonated through the entire haven. The vibration was so powerful it caused Kalen's water pools to ripple violently, disturbing the delicate algae. He chimed in distress, his skin flickering with protective turquoise. Lyra fell silent at once, her form dimming with remorse. But Kalen, after a moment, waded into the pool and began to sing, a low, calming melody that settled the water and soothed the tiny creatures within. He then showed Lyra, by guiding her hand just above the water's surface, how softly she needed to hum to create only the gentlest of ripples. Their laughter after was a symphony, his chimes like wind chimes, her vibrations like the purr of a contented star kitten. Their deepest connection, however, came during the long, tranquil nights on Lumen. They would sit together in their haven, watching the star-dusted tapestry of the cosmos wheel slowly overhead. Kalen would point with a glowing finger to a particular star, and his skin would flush with the story it held for his people, a tale of navigators and ocean currents of light. Lyra would answer by humming the vibration that star emitted in her people's charts, a note that spoke of ancient light and constant guiding presence. They didn't need a common language to share the wonder. They would sit in a silence that was full, Kalen's colors slowly shifting like a lazy aurora, Lyra's form catching the distant starlight and casting tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. In those quiet moments, the differences between water being and crystal being melted away. They were simply two friends, small and grateful, under the immense, beautiful sky. One evening, as a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kalen turned to Lyra. His ship was repaired. The call of his home ocean was a persistent, gentle pull in his heart. He did not need to show her with colors or sounds. She felt the bittersweet tremor in the air around him. Her own vibrations softened to a minor key, a hum of understanding and shared sorrow. But then, Kalen did something new. He placed his hand over his own heart, and then pointed to Lyra, and then to the sky above them. The color that spread across his skin was one Lyra had never seen before, a deep, radiant gold, shot through with silver, the color of a timeless bond. It said without any doubt, "You are here in my heart. Wherever I go, you are with me." Lyra answered by placing her crystalline hand over the place where her own heart would be, and she hummed a single, pure, unwavering note. It was a vibration that held no sound, but carried the feeling of constancy, of a promise that would never fade. It said, "And you are in mine. This connection is forever." The next day, Kalen boarded his pod ship. As it lifted silently from the moon's surface, Lyra stood in the crater of their starlight haven. She did not wave, for that was not her way. Instead, she began to hum, the same gentle, calming frequency Kalen had taught her for the water pools. She hummed it for him, for his journey, for their friendship. High above, Kalen saw the haven shrink to a single, soft point of light. But then he saw something else. Lyra's hum, amplified by the crystalline structures they had built together, caused the entire haven to resonate. It began to glow, not with borrowed light, but with its own inner luminescence, a beacon of pure, kind energy, visible even from the depths of space. And Kalen knew, as he charted his course for home, that he carried a piece of that light with him. In the quiet of his ship, his skin would sometimes flush with the rose gold of friendship, and he would hear, in the whisper of the star winds, the faint, familiar echo of a crystal hum. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the stars, a testament that the simplest, purest language, the language of a kind and open heart, could truly unite the universe. And in a million star systems, in 1,000 different forms, that same language was being spoken, quietly, gently, knitting the cosmos together with threads of light and wonder. The first frost of the season had just begun painting silver lace across the window pane when young Cora discovered the acorn. Not an ordinary acorn, mind you, but one that glowed with a soft, buttery light from within its polished shell, nestled among fallen leaves in the crook of Grandmother Rowan's garden wall. When Cora cupped it in her mittened hands, warmth spread through her fingers like sipping hot cider, and a faint melody hummed against her palms, a song of rustling ferns and distant waterfalls. "Forest's heartbeat," Grandmother had murmured that evening, stirring honey into chamomile tea while firelight danced in her wise, crinkled eyes. Lost long ago when shadows grew jealous, the woods grow thin without it. Cora knew the stories, how the whispering woods bordering their village once shimmered with shared dreams between trees and townsfolk, how children used to follow foxfire lanterns to dance with mushroom-ring sprites. Now the forest stood silent and watchful, paths twisting into gloom. That night, as wind sighed through eaves like a lonely breath, the acorn pulsed against Cora's pillow. Not a demand, but an invitation. By dawn, with the acorn secured in a velvet drawstring pouch round her neck and Grandmother's knitted scarf smelling of rosemary and courage, Cora slipped through the garden gate. Winter's breath hung crisp in the air, turning each footstep on frosted grass into a tiny crunching symphony. The deeper she wandered, the stranger the woods became, not menacing but deeply alive. Birch trunks gleamed like polished bone in slanting sunlight, while ice-encased spiderwebs glittered like chandeliers. Yet an ache lingered beneath the beauty, brittle branches, two silent clearings where no birds sang, and a scent like forgotten rain. After hours of following the acorn's gentle tug, a compass in her chest, Cora stumbled into a clearing veiled by weeping willow tendrils. There, grumbling fiercely as he wrestled a thorny vine ensnaring his burrow entrance, was a badger. Blasted brambles, he huffed, his charcoal-striped fur fluffed in indignation. Grew overnight, thick as thief's lies. His name, he grumpily admitted when Cora offered help with her little pruning shears, was Thorn. And no, I don't need a human clattering about, especially one wearing a... He froze, black nose twitching toward her glowing pouch. Is that? It can't be. Wonder smoothed his gruffness like a stone worn by a river. The heartseed, they said it was gone forever. Thorn became her unlikely guide. His knowledge of route paths and squirrel highways was unmatched, but more precious was his dry humor that turned fearful shadows into mere tricks of the light. That creaking, he'd sniff as ancient oaks groaned overhead. Just old Oakheart complaining about his rheumatism. Tell him he's looking splendid and he'll quiet right down. When a sudden snow flurry blinded them near a ravine, Thorn unearthed a hidden badger tunnel smelling of damp earth and safety. Inside, bioluminescent moss coated the walls like emerald stardust, guiding their way. Forest remembers its own, Thorn murmured, his gruff voice softened. The acorn's light intensified as they journeyed, its song swelling into harmonies that made frozen streams sigh and icicles chime. It led them to a colossal hawthorn tree, its gnarled trunk split by a fissure veiled in cascading ivy. Impossible, breathed Thorn. The elders spoke of the veiled grove, but no one's found it in generations. As Cora pushed aside the ivy, warmth and the scent of sun-warmed apricots enveloped them. They stepped not into a hollow, but into a sunlit glade suspended in perpetual golden hour. Butterflies with stained glass wings drifted above flowers that chimed when touched. At the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its bark shimmering like molten amber, roots cradling a hollow where a nest of woven moonlight pulsed with absence. Tiny figures emerged from blossoms and fern shadows, the verdant folk, no taller than Cora's hand, with skin like dappled sunlight and hair of spun moss. Their leader, Elder Mosshelm, stepped forward, his acorn cap hat trembling. The heartseed's return. Joy lit his leafy face, then dimmed. But see, it is wounded. He pointed a twiggy finger. A jagged piece was missing from the acorn's base, its light flickering unevenly. Stolen long ago by a creature of the deep shade, Mosshelm explained sadly. Envy turned its heart cold. It craved the seed's warmth, but only knew how to break. Without that missing shard, the seed cannot heal the whispering woods. Thorn's ears flattened. The deep shade, that's no place for sensible creatures. It was a realm of tangled, lightless roots where the forest's oldest sorrows festered. Yet Cora felt the acorn's plea resonate within her, not for itself, but for the lonely thief. Everyone deserves a chance to return what they took, she said softly, meeting Thorn's worried eyes. Even shadows. Their descent into the deep shade felt like sinking into cold ink. Bioluminescent fungi provided ghostly blue guideposts, but oppressive silence pressed down, thick as wool. Strange, mournful echoes skittered just beyond sight, whispers of lost things. Thorn pressed close, his warmth a steady anchor. Remember Oakheart's rheumatism, he muttered, attempting levity though his fur bristled. This place just needs better decorating. Deep within a cavern woven from thorny roots, they found it, a creature of shifting obsidian smoke, curled around a shard of light that burned its ephemeral hands. It hissed, coiling tighter, eyes like dying embers flaring defensively. Cora knelt slowly, ignoring Thorn's warning rumble. She didn't reach for the shard. Instead, she opened her pouch, letting the heartseed's gentle radiance spill out. "It misses its piece," she said, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. "And I think you miss not being alone in the dark." The creature recoiled, smoke swirling in agitation. Cora hummed the seed's melody, the song of rustling ferns and waterfalls. The creature stilled. Tentatively, Cora placed the glowing acorn on the cold earth between them. Its warmth isn't meant to be hoarded, it's meant to be shared, like friendship. A long, silent moment stretched. Then a thin, smoky tendril extended, not toward the seed, but toward Cora's outstretched hand. It didn't touch, but hovered, trembling with a profound, aching loneliness that mirrored the brittle woods above. Slowly, achingly, the creature uncurled. It nudged the stolen shard of light toward the heartseed with its shadowy muzzle. As the shard clicked into place with a sound like a sigh of relief, the acorn blazed with pure, golden light. The creature flinched, but the light didn't burn. It washed over its smoky form, revealing not a monster, but a slender being with skin like twilight velvet and eyes, now holding the soft gleam of distant stars. Shade, they learned its name was. Not a creature of malice, but of forgotten corners, starved for connection. The return to the veiled grove was a procession of light. Shade walked hesitantly beside Cora, Thorn padding protectively close. As they emerged into the amber glow, the verdant folk gasped, then burst into joyous, tinkling laughter like wind chimes. At the heart tree, Cora placed the whole acorn back into its cradle of moonlight. The effect was instantaneous. Light pulsed outward in a wave, up the amber trunk, through the branches, and out into the whispering woods beyond the veil. Snow melted from pine needles, revealing vibrant green. Frozen streams gurgled back to life. Birdsong, tentative at first, then triumphant, erupted from every tree. The forest breathed deep, shaking off its long slumber. In the days that followed, Cora walked familiar paths transformed. Sunlight dappled through a vibrant canopy, alive with chattering squirrels and flitting sprites. Foxfire lanterns winked invitations from mossy hollows. Thorn, now a frequent visitor to grandmother's garden, especially when berry tarts were cooling, regaled them with tales of Shade, helping the verdant folk tend to the deep shade, coaxing shy glowworms and healing wounded roots. "Turns out," Thorn chuckled, crumbs on his whiskers, "a bit of kindness makes even the gloomiest places bloom." The night before the first true thaw, Cora stood at her window. The whispering woods shimmered under the moon, no longer a wall of secrets, but a friend breathing softly in the dark. In her hand, warmed by her touch, lay a single leaf gifted by the heart tree, its veins traced with permanent, gentle gold light. She pressed it to her cheek, breathing in the scent of damp earth and possibility. Outside, an owl hooted a lullaby, joined by the distant, contented purr of a badger settling into his burrow, and the soft, chiming laughter of tiny folk dancing in moonlit clearings. The forest's heartbeat, strong and steady, echoed her own. As she climbed into bed, the golden leaf glowing softly on her nightstand, Cora smiled. The greatest magic, she knew as sleep gently pulled her under, wasn't in glowing seeds or hidden groves. It was in the courage to offer warmth to shadows, the wisdom to listen to forgotten songs, and the boundless, quiet strength found in an unexpected friend's steadfast presence beside you on the path home. The woods whispered their ancient lullaby, a promise carried on the warm spring wind rustling the newly green leaves, a promise of belonging forever renewed. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken, it was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryo blooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryo blooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see, Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. You stay on ship. Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. After repairs, new mission, maybe. Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. Yes, Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might lead. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkle like distant fireflies and nebulae swirl in soft, pastel hues, there was a small, forgotten corner of the universe that held a secret garden. This garden was not on any planet, but nestled within the heart of a gentle space station, one that had been abandoned long ago by its builders. Its walls were made of crystalline panels that shimmered with a light of their own, casting rainbows across the floor whenever a star passed by. It was here in this haven of peace that two unlikely friends found each other. The first was a being named Kalen, who hailed from the planet Verdantia, a world where everything glowed with bioluminescent life. Kalen's skin was like living velvet, and it changed colors with his emotions, soft blues when he was calm, warm golds when he was happy, and gentle purples when he felt curious. He communicated not with words, but with these shifting hues, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 forests. Kalen had journeyed to the station in a small pod that hummed like a drowsy bee, seeking solace after feeling lonely among the stars. The second was Lyra, from the harmonic world of Melodia, where the very air resonated with music. Lyra's form was slender and graceful, with delicate tendrils that swayed like seaweed in an ocean breeze. She spoke through melodies, soft hums for greeting, rising scales for excitement, and low, soothing notes for comfort. Her ship was a vessel that sailed on sound waves, leaving trails of harmonic echoes in its wake. Lyra had been drawn to the station by a faint, lonely frequency she had sensed from light years away. Their meeting was accidental, yet felt destined. Kalen was tending to a patch of star moss that grew in the station's garden, its leaves glowing with a soft, silvery light. Lyra entered, her footsteps creating a gentle chime against the crystalline floor. At first they froze, uncertain. Kalen's skin flushed a nervous indigo, while Lyra emitted a questioning trill that echoed through the hall. For days, they circled each other warily. Kalen would leave offerings of luminous berries from Verdantia, placing them on a smooth rock, and Lyra would respond with a gift of harmonic crystals that sang when touched. But misunderstandings arose from their differences. Once Kalen, feeling joyful, turned a bright yellow, but Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning signal from her world, where sharp colors meant danger. She retreated, humming an anxious melody that made Kalen's skin shift to a confused gray. Another time, Lyra tried to share a story through a complex symphony of notes, but the volume overwhelmed Kalen, whose ears were sensitive to sudden sounds. He flinched, his colors dimming, and Lyra fell silent, her tendrils drooping. Yet in their solitude, a spark of curiosity remained. They began to observe each other's habits. Kalen noticed how Lyra's harmonies softened when she watched the nebula outside the station's dome, and Lyra saw how Kalen's colors brightened when he nurtured the garden. Slowly, they started to experiment with communication. Kalen would point to objects and let his skin glow in a specific pattern, while Lyra would mimic the color with a corresponding melody. It was clumsy at first, a dance of trial and error, but it led to moments of shared laughter. When Kalen accidentally turned a comical shade of orange while slipping on a wet leaf, Lyra responded with a playful giggle-like trill, and they both understood the humor without words. Their breakthrough came when they decided to create a shared shelter within the station. The garden was overgrown with cosmic flora, vines that pulsed with light, flowers that bloomed in sync with passing comets, and trees with leaves that rustled like whispering stars. Together they cleared a cozy nook near the largest crystalline window, which offered a panoramic view of the Orion Nebula, its pink and blue gases swirling in an eternal dance. Kalen used his knowledge of living light to weave benches from glowing fibers, while Lyra arranged harmonic stones that hummed a gentle lullaby when sat upon. They called it the Starlight Sanctuary, a place where they could feel safe and connected. As they worked, they learned each other's quirks. Kalen discovered that Lyra's people expressed affection through duets, so he learned to change his colors in rhythm with her songs. Lyra found that Kalen's kind showed trust by sharing food, so she began to brew teas from starlight-infused petals that steeped in harmony with her melodies. their misunderstandings became lessons in empathy. Once Lyra brought a device that projected dreamlike patterns of light, thinking it would delight Kalen, but it flickered too rapidly, causing his skin to ripple with discomfort. Instead of frustration, Lyra adjusted the device to pulse slowly, and Kalen responded with a grateful lavender hue. They realized that kindness was a universal language, one that needed no translation. Quiet moments became their favorite times. In the starlight sanctuary, they would sit for hours, watching distant stars being born and dying in silent spectaculars. Kalen's colors would melt into a serene azure, and Lyra's harmonies would drop to a whisper, blending with the station's gentle hum. During one such evening, as a meteor shower painted streaks of silver across the sky, Lyra sensed a deep sadness in Kalen through the empathic connection they had built. She didn't need words, his skin had faded to a somber gray. In response, she hummed a melody from her childhood, one that spoke of hope and reunion. Kalen understood, and he shared a memory through a cascade of colors, a story of losing his family to a cosmic storm, but finding courage in new beginnings. Lyra listened, her tendrils brushing his arm in comfort, and for the first time they felt truly understood. Their friendship was tested when a minor crisis arose. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, threatening the garden's delicate ecosystem. Panic might have driven them apart, but instead they worked together. Kalen used his bioluminescent abilities to create a soft light source, guiding Lyra to the control panels, while Lyra used her harmonic skills to recalibrate the energy fields with precise frequencies. It was a dance of cooperation, Kalen's colors signaling directions, Lyra's melodies fine-tuning the controls. When the crisis passed, the garden glowed brighter than ever, and they shared a moment of triumph, their bond strengthened by adversity. As time flowed like a gentle river, the starlight sanctuary became a beacon of peace. Other travelers, drawn by rumors of this harmonious place, occasionally visited. A silent rock being who communicated through vibrations, a fluttery insectoid from a gas giant who spoke in pheromone clouds. Each encounter brought new misunderstandings, but Kalen and Lyra acted as bridges, teaching others the language of kindness they had forged. They learned that every being had a unique way of seeing the universe, and that differences were not barriers, but opportunities for wonder. The story of their friendship spread like starlight, touching hearts across galaxies. But for Kalen and Lyra, the greatest joy was in their simple routines, tending the garden, sharing meals under the nebula's glow, and watching the stars in comfortable silence. One evening, as they sat in their sanctuary, a rare alignment of planets cast a golden path across the cosmos. Lyra hummed a new melody, one she had composed just for this moment, and Kalen's skin shimmered in harmony, creating a spectacle of light and sound that felt like a prayer of gratitude. In the end, they knew that no matter how far they traveled or how many worlds they encountered, the memory of their time together would be a constant comfort. The universe was vast and often lonely, but in a crystalline garden among the stars, they had found a home in each other's hearts. And as they drifted to sleep under the watchful eyes of distant suns, they dreamed of futures filled with more laughter, more learning, and the endless, gentle language of kindness. The scent of pine needles warmed by the afternoon sun hung heavy in the air as Finn shuffled along the familiar path behind the old mill. 10 years old, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a perpetually thoughtful expression, Finn often felt like a misplaced pebble in the bustling stream of Millhaven village. While other children chased frogs in the reeds or played raucous games of tag, Finn preferred the quiet company of the whispering woods. They possessed a peculiar knack, a quiet noticing the intricate pattern on a moth's wing, the precise moment a dewdrop fell from a fern, the subtle shift in a badger's path. It wasn't magic anyone else saw, just Finn's way of being in the world. One crisp autumn day, driven by a restlessness he couldn't name, Finn ventured deeper than usual. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The usual chirps and rustles seemed hushed, expectant. Then Finn noticed something unusual, a cluster of impossibly vibrant blue mushrooms, glowing faintly, circling the base of a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the wise face of a slumbering giant. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Finn placed a small hand against the cool, rough bark. Instead of solid wood, Finn's hand sank in, as if dipping into cool, clear water. A gasp escaped him. He pulled back, heart pounding, but the bark remained solid. He touched it again, pressing gently. The same yielding sensation. Taking a deep breath, filled with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, Finn pushed forward. He stumbled not into darkness, but into a breathtaking twilight glade. The air shimmered with a soft, golden light that seemed to emanate from the very plants. Giant luminous flowers pulsed gently like slow hearts. Trees with silver bark and leaves like spun moonlight swayed soundlessly. A carpet of velvety moss, softer than any blanket, cushioned Finn's feet. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted on unseen currents. This was Whisperwood, Finn realized with a surge of wonder, a world folded within the world, hidden from ordinary sight. In the center of the glade, near a pool of water reflecting the luminous canopy above, sat something. Finn froze. It wasn't frightening, but utterly unexpected. Roughly Finn's height, it appeared sculpted from moss, lichen, and smooth river stones. Twigs formed its limbs, capped with acorns for knuckles. Bright green moss covered its torso, dotted with tiny white star-like flowers. Its face was a smooth, polished gray stone, featureless except for two deep, calm pools of darkness where eyes should be. It radiated a profound sense of stillness and ancient patience. "Hello," Finn whispered, voice barely audible in the profound quiet. The moss being turned its stone face slowly towards Finn. A low, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating deep in Finn's chest. It wasn't speech, but a feeling curiosity, a gentle welcome. An image bloomed in Finn's mind, sunlight filtering through green leaves, the slow drip of water onto stone. "Peace. I'm Finn," he offered, stepping closer. I touch the tree." The being hummed again, a warmer tone this time. An image of Finn's hand touching the ancient oak filled his mind, followed by a sense of recognition, like finding a familiar path. It gestured slowly with a mossy limb towards the pool. Finn peered in. The water wasn't just reflecting the luminous plants. It seemed to hold shifting scenes within its depths, a glimpse of Millhaven's bridge, a flash of the sun on the river, a close-up of a dragonfly's iridescent wing. It was like looking into the forest's own memory. Over the next few days, Finn returned whenever he could, drawn by the quiet magic and the strange companionship. He learned the being's name wasn't a sound, but a feeling thrum. Thrum communicated through resonant hums and vivid, wordless images projected directly into Finn's mind. Finn would talk, sharing stories of the village, his quiet observations, his feeling of being different. Thrum would respond with images of interconnected roots beneath the forest floor, the slow turning of seasons, the vital dance of sunlight and rain. Thrum embodied the deep, patient wisdom of the earth itself. Their unlikely friendship blossomed. Finn showed Thrum the smooth, skipping stones he collected by the riverbank. Thrum, in turn, guided Finn to hidden springs where the water tasted sweeter than honey, and groves where luminous berries grew, filling Finn with a gentle warmth. Thrum taught Finn to listen differently, not just with ears, but with his whole being. Finn learned to feel the faint tremor in the ground signaling a distant deer, to sense the subtle shift in the wind before rain, to understand the silent language of the plants. His quiet noticing deepened into a profound connection. One afternoon, as Finn sat beside the memory pool, sharing a story about Old Man Hemlock's grumpy cat, the water rippled violently. The serene images shattered, replaced by swirling darkness. A foul, acrid smell, utterly alien to the glade's sweetness, momentarily filled Finn's nostrils. Then the water cleared, showing a distressing scene. The Millhaven River, the village's lifeblood, looked sickly. Its usual clear, sparkling flow was sluggish, murky, and tinged with an unnatural, oily green. Dead fish floated belly up near the banks. The vibrant reeds were wilting, turning brown at the edges. Thrum emitted a low, distressed hum that vibrated through the mossy floor. Images flooded Finn's mind, tangled roots choked with thick sludge, fish gasping for clean water, flowers drooping with poison petals. A wave of profound sorrow emanated from Thrum, mixed with a deep, rumbling anger that felt like the earth groaning. The poison was spreading, Thrum conveyed, seeping into the hidden streams that fed Whisperwood itself. If it reached the heartspring, the luminous pool before them, the source of the glade's magic, Whisperwood would wither and die. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Finn's wonder. What's causing it? How do we stop it? Thrum projected an image of the river upstream, beyond the village boundaries, near the old, abandoned quarry. Then came images of thick, viscous liquid oozing from cracked barrels half buried in the earth, seeping relentlessly into the soil and groundwater. Human carelessness. Poison. The source needed to be found and cleansed, but Thrum's form, rooted in the slow rhythms of the earth, was ill-suited for navigating the human world quickly. Thrum could sense the sickness, understand the flows, perhaps even heal the land, but finding the precise source amidst the tangled human landscape required a different kind of sight. Finn understood. His quiet noticing, his ability to see the small things others missed, wasn't a weakness here. It was a key. "I can find it," he said, determination hardening his voice. "I know the woods around the quarry. I can find where the poison is coming from." Thrum hummed, a complex sound carrying both worry and immense trust. It reached out a mossy hand. In its palm rested a single, perfect acorn. But this acorn shimmered with an inner light, swirling with colors like captured sunlight and deep earth. "Take this," the image came. "It holds a piece of Whisperwood's heart. When you find the source, hold it to the earth. It will show me the way to mend." Finn carefully took the glowing acorn. It felt warm and alive in his hand, humming faintly against his palm, a tangible link to Thrum and the glade. He tucked it safely into his deepest pocket. "I'll find it," he promised. The journey back through the oak felt different. The vibrant magic of Whisperwood clung to him like cobwebs, but the weight of the task settled heavily on his small shoulders. The familiar woods now seemed charged with urgency. He noticed things he might have overlooked before: a patch of unusually wilted ferns near a deer trail, a faint, unpleasant tang beneath the usual forest scents carried by a breeze from the quarry direction. His quiet noticing became a focused search. Reaching the outskirts of the quarry was jarring. The lush forest gave way to scarred earth, steep gravel slopes, and the skeletal remains of old machinery. The river here was a narrow stream choked with debris, its banks stained with unnatural colors. The acorn in Finn's pocket pulsed warmly. He followed its subtle pull, scrambling over loose rocks, his eyes scanning the ground, the waterline, the crumbling quarry walls. He noticed a cluster of flies buzzing persistently near a crevice at the base of the quarry wall, ignoring the decaying rubbish nearby. Focusing, he saw a faint, dark stain on the rocks below the crevice, almost hidden by loose gravel. Kneeling, he brushed the gravel aside. Beneath it, the earth was dark and slick, smelling sharply of chemicals. Peering into the crevice, he saw the glint of corroded metal, the corner of a rusted barrel, wedged deep within the rock. Thick, greenish-black sludge oozed slowly from a split seam, dripping relentlessly onto the poisoned ground and trickling towards the stream. "This is it," Finn whispered, his heart pounding. he pulled the glowing acorn from his pocket. Its light intensified, casting warm, dancing patterns on the grim surroundings. Remembering Thrum's instruction, Finn pressed the acorn firmly against the poisoned earth right where the sludge dripped. The effect was immediate. The acorn pulsed like a tiny star, its light pouring into the ground. The dark stain seemed to recoil from the radiance. Finn felt a powerful vibration travel up his arm, not from the acorn but through it, deep into the earth itself. It was Thrum's presence, vast and ancient, reaching across the hidden pathways of the world, guided by the acorn's beacon. He saw in his mind's eye Thrum in the glade, mossy hands plunged deep into the soil beside the heart spring, channeling Whisperwood's pure, life-giving energy along the invisible root lines and water veins straight to this poisoned source. Above Finn, the earth rumbled softly. Tiny cracks appeared in the quarry wall around the crevice. Not destructive cracks, but like the earth stretching. Roots thick and strong and glowing faintly with the same light as the acorn, snaked out from the surrounding soil. They moved with deliberate purpose, not like plants, but like intelligent tendrils. They pushed into the crevice, wrapping around the leaking barrel with surprising gentleness but immense strength. Finn watched, awestruck, as the roots seemed to absorb the oozing sludge, drawing the poison into themselves. The thick, toxic flow slowed, then stopped entirely. The dark stain on the ground beneath the acorn began to lighten, the foul smell dissipating, replaced by the clean scent of damp earth. The roots retracted, pulling the crushed, now inert barrel remnants deeper into the earth, burying the evidence of the poison far below. The cracks in the rock sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace. The acorn's light dimmed, returning to its gentle pulse. Finn felt the deep vibration fade, replaced by a wave of profound exhaustion, but also a surge of pure, clean energy washing over him from the cleansed ground. It was done. Exhausted but triumphant, Finn made his way back to the ancient oak. He touched the bark, felt the familiar yielding coolness, and stepped back into Whisperwood. Thrum was waiting by the heart spring, which now shimmered with renewed vigor. The distress in the glade had lifted, the air hummed with pure, vibrant life. Thrum's stone face seemed to radiate warmth. A deep, resonant hum of pure gratitude and joy filled the glade, shaking the luminous petals of the giant flowers. Images flooded Finn's mind, clear water rushing through the Millhaven River, fish darting silver flashes through the reeds, wildflowers blooming brightly on the banks. The village saved. Whisperwood safe. The connection between their worlds strengthened. Thank you, Seeker, the feeling resonated. Your seeing eyes found the wound. Your courage brought the cure. Finn sat beside Thrum, the glowing acorn resting in his palm. He didn't feel like a misplaced pebble anymore. He felt like a bridge, a vital connection between the bustling world above and this hidden, whispering world below. He had used his quiet gift not just to observe, but to act, to heal. He had found friendship in the most unexpected form and discovered his own place in the vast, interconnected web of life. The following days in Millhaven were filled with relieved chatter. The river cleared miraculously overnight, the fish returned, and the wilting reeds sprang back with astonishing vitality. Old Man Hemlock declared it a blessing, while the village elders scratched their heads, mystified. Finn listened, a small, secret smile playing on his lips. He noticed the cleaner scent of the water, the brighter song of the birds, the renewed vigor in the plants along the bank. He noticed the way the ancient oak by the mill path seemed to stand just a little taller, its leaves a deeper green. He visited Thrum often, sharing stories of the village's recovery. Thrum shared the deeper healing, how the poisoned streams beneath the earth were slowly clearing, how the heart spring pulsed with strong, clean energy. Their friendship deepened, a silent understanding passing between the boy who saw the small things and the ancient spirit who understood the vast flow of life. One crisp evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky above Millhaven, Finn stood on the bridge, watching the river flow clear and strong beneath him. He felt a familiar warmth in his pocket. He pulled out the glowing acorn. Its light was soft, steady, a tiny piece of Whisperwood's heart beating in rhythm with his own. He closed his fingers around it, feeling the deep, quiet hum of connection. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the seeker, the bridge, the quiet guardian of the hidden glade. He looked up at the dark silhouette of the woods, knowing Thrum was there, a sentinel of moss and stone, watching over the deep magic. The world felt bigger, more mysterious, and infinitely more connected than it ever had before. He took a deep breath of the cool, clean air, scented with wood smoke from the village chimneys and the damp earth of the riverbank. A profound sense of peace settled over him, warm and comforting as a blanket by the fire. The adventure was over, but the friendship, the connection, and the quiet magic would endure, a secret strength tucked away in his heart, and in the gentle glow of an acorn, forever linking his world to the whispering heart of the woods. The river murmured its constant song below, a lullaby of renewal as Finn turned for home, the path lit by the first silver rays of the moon and the quiet, enduring light within. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a steady, whispering voice of light and warmth in the quiet room. Its golden light danced upon the walls, painting them with shifting patterns of amber and deep orange, and the scent of burning applewood filled the air, sweet and smoky. It is in this circle of warmth and light that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a quiet, lingering sort of sadness. In a small, tidy cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest, lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. You see, Kalen felt a profound loneliness, a hollow space inside him that the cheerful chatter of the village children or the busy love of his parents could not quite fill. He felt different, as if he were a puzzle piece from another box, and he spent most of his time wandering the fringes of the woods, listening to its secrets, hoping to find where he might truly belong. One evening, as the autumn sun bled into a violet and tangerine horizon, Kalen was returning from one such walk. The air was growing chilly, and he pulled his woolen cloak tight around his shoulders. His path took him past the workshop of old Alara, the village woodcarver, a woman as gnarled and wise as the ancient oaks she loved. Her door was ajar, and a soft, buttery light spilled out onto the cobblestones. Drawn by the warmth, Kalen peeked inside. Alara was not carving that night. Instead, she was sitting by her own small fire, polishing a smooth, dark river stone she held in her palm. It was about the size of a goose egg, unremarkable at first glance. But as Kalen watched, his breath caught in his throat. From deep within the stone's core, a gentle, pulsing light began to glow. It was the color of banked embers, a deep, warm red that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. "Come in, child," Alara said without looking up, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "The night air is too cold for lingering." Kalen stepped inside, the warmth of the workshop enveloping him like a blanket. "What is that?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the stone. Alara held it out to him. "This is an Ember-stone. It is a very old thing, and a very rare one. It does not create its own light, you see. It only reflects what is already there." She placed it in his hand. It was surprisingly warm, and the gentle pulse of light within it seemed to sync with the beat of his own heart. "Reflects what light?" Kalen asked, turning the stone over. It felt alive. "The light inside," Alara said simply. "The warmth of a kind heart, the spark of a brave spirit, the glow of a hidden truth. For most, it remains a dull, cold rock, but for those who carry a special light within them, it awakens." Kalen stared at the Ember-stone in his hand. Its deep red glow was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. "Why is it glowing for me?" Old Alara smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like well-trodden paths. That, my boy, is a question only you can answer, but the stone has chosen to speak to you. It wishes to go with you. With me, where? On a journey, she said, her gaze drifting towards the dark line of the forest. There is a place deep within the woods, a hidden world known as the Sylvan Glade. It is a place of immense, ancient magic, but its heart is growing cold. Its light is fading. I believe the Ember-Stone is the key to warming it again, and I believe you are the one who must carry it there. A journey into the deep woods. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Kalen. But as he looked down at the stone, its steady, ember-like glow seemed to pour courage into his veins. The hollow feeling inside him shifted, not filling, but changing into a sense of purpose. How will I find it? He whispered. The stone will guide you, Alara said. Listen to its pulse. It will beat faster when you are on the right path, and slower when you have strayed. Trust it, and trust yourself. And so, with the Ember-Stone tucked safely in a leather pouch tied around his neck, Kalen set out the very next morning. He left a note for his parents, promising to return, his pack filled with bread, cheese, and a heart full of trepidation and hope. The forest welcomed him not with a roar, but with a sigh. The tall pines formed a cathedral ceiling high above, their branches filtering the sunlight into shifting, dappled patterns on the mossy floor. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine resin. For hours he walked, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the distant calls of unseen birds. He held the Ember-Stone in his hand, feeling its rhythmic pulse. For a long time it beat slow and steady. Then, as he paused at a fork in the game trail, considering which way to go, he felt it. A quickening, a distinct thump-thump-thump against his palm, when he looked towards the path that led deeper into the shadowy, thicker part of the woods. Taking a deep breath, he followed that path. The forest grew denser, the light fading to a perpetual twilight. Strange, bioluminescent fungi clung to the trees like pale, ghostly lanterns. Kalen's loneliness began to creep back in, amplified by the profound silence. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the roots snaking across the path until it was too late. He tripped tumbling down a small, leafy embankment, landing with a soft thud in a bed of ferns. He was unhurt, but his pouch of food had torn open, and his supplies were scattered. As he sat up, brushing dirt from his trousers, a wave of despair washed over him. He was lost, his food was gone, and the great, silent forest seemed to press in on him from all sides. The Ember-Stone around his neck felt heavy and cold. It was then that he heard a sound, a soft, sniffing noise. He looked up and saw a pair of bright, intelligent eyes peering at him from behind a fallen log. A moment later, a small, red fox stepped cautiously into view. It was a beautiful creature, with a coat like polished copper and a bushy tail tipped with white. It didn't run away. Instead, it tilted its head, studying him with a curious expression. "Hello," Kalen said softly, his voice small in the vast quiet. The fox took a step closer, then another. It sniffed the air, then cautiously approached a piece of cheese that had fallen from Kalen's pack. It nibbled at it, then looked back at Kalen as if to say thank you. "I suppose you can have it," Kalen said with a sigh. "I don't have much use for it now." The fox finished the cheese, and then, to Kalen's astonishment, it sat down, wrapping its tail neatly around its paws. It wasn't afraid. In fact, it seemed to be keeping him company. "Are you lost too?" Kalen asked, feeling a little silly for talking to a fox. The fox simply blinked. But in that moment, a wonderful thing happened. The Ember-Stone, which had grown dim, began to glow again. A soft, warm pulse of light emanated from it, and the fox's eyes widened, reflecting the gentle crimson glow. It didn't startle. It seemed comforted. Kalen reached out a hand, slow and steady. The fox hesitated for only a second before it stretched its neck and gently nudged his fingers with its cool, damp nose. A feeling of pure, uncomplicated friendship flowed through Kalen, warm and sweet as honey. The hollow space inside him didn't feel so empty anymore. "I'm Kalen," he said, "and I'm going to the Sylvan Glade." The fox gave a soft, chuffing sound, then stood up and trotted a few paces down a path Kalen hadn't even noticed, hidden behind a curtain of ivy. It looked back at him, waiting. You know the way," Kalen asked, incredulous. The fox flicked its tail, a clear gesture of "follow me." And so, Kalen's solitary journey transformed into a shared one. He named his new companion Ember, for the color of his fur and for the light of the stone that had brought them together. Ember proved to be an excellent guide. He knew which berries were safe to eat, where the clearest streams trickled, and the safest places to rest as the deep violet of night draped itself over the forest. As they traveled, Kalen talked. He told Ember about his loneliness in the village, about feeling out of place, about the weight of the strange stone and the task he had been given. Ember, of course, could not reply with words, but he listened with his whole body, his ears swiveling to catch every syllable, his presence a quiet, steadfast comfort. In turn, Kalen learned to listen to the forest as Ember did, to the warning chatter of a squirrel, the direction of the wind, the subtle messages in the rustling leaves. One afternoon they came to a wide, rushing river, its waters gray and swollen with recent rains. The bridge that had once spanned it was nothing more than a few rotten planks dangling from crumbling stone pillars. "How will we cross?" Kalen wondered aloud, his heart sinking. Ember trotted along the bank, his nose twitching. He stopped at a place where a great, ancient willow tree leaned far out over the water, its long, trailing branches brushing the surface of the river. He looked from the branches to Kalen and back again, a clear idea forming in his clever mind. Understanding dawned on Kalen. It was a risky, terrifying idea. But as he looked at the determined set of Ember's shoulders and felt the confident pulse of the Emberstone against his chest, he knew it was their only choice. He would have to swing across. Gathering a handful of the strongest, most flexible willow branches, he took a deep breath. Fear was a cold stone in his stomach, but beneath it was a new feeling, trust. Trust in Ember, trust in the stone, and trust in his own growing strength. With a running start, he leaped, clutching the branches. For a heart-stopping moment, he swung out over the churning, cold water. The branches creaked and strained, but they held. He landed, stumbling but safe, on the far bank. He turned immediately, his heart in his throat. Ember. The little fox took a few steps back, then ran and leaped with all his might. He wasn't heavy enough to swing the branches down. He scrabbled desperately at the air, starting to fall. Without thinking, Kalen lunged forward, lying flat on the bank and stretching his arms out as far as he could. His fingers brushed against Ember's fur, caught hold of a leg, and he pulled with all his might, hauling the dripping, shivering fox to safety. They lay on the bank for a moment, panting, soaked but triumphant. Ember shook himself, spraying water everywhere, and then licked Kalen's cheek. The Emberstone was glowing so brightly it cast their shadows long and dancing on the rocks behind them. Kalen realized he wasn't just carrying the stone's light anymore. He was creating it. The light of courage born from friendship was shining from within him. The land on the other side of the river was different. The air grew colder and the trees were skeletal and silver, their leaves long gone. A profound silence hung over everything, a silence that felt old and weary. The very light seemed thin and gray. The Emberstone's pulse was a frantic, urgent drumbeat against Kalen's chest. They followed the stone's guidance into a narrow canyon between two sheer cliffs of pale, smooth rock. At the end of the canyon was an archway, woven from the living roots of two immense, sleeping trees. This was the entrance to the sylvan glade. But the glade was not what Kalen had imagined. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, frozen in time. Trees of silver and gold, with leaves like crystal, stood motionless. Flowers made of frosted glass dotted the landscape. A still black pool lay at its center, reflecting the bleak, colorless sky. But it was utterly silent and utterly cold. There was no birdsong, no rustle of life, no warmth. The magic here was not sleeping, it was dying. In the center of the glade, beside the dark pool, stood a figure. It was a creature of light and shadow, shaped like a tall, slender woman, but she was made of woven willow branches and pale, fading moss. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the glade, her feet like roots sinking into the earth. This was the guardian, the spirit of the sylvan glade, and she was fading away. Kalen approached slowly, Ember at his heels. The cold was seeping into his bones. He held the Ember-Stone out before him. "Hello," he called softly, his voice echoing in the crystalline silence. The guardian's eyes fluttered open. They were the color of a winter sky, vast and empty. Who comes to this forgotten place?" Her voice was a whisper, the sound of wind through bare branches. "My name is Kalen. I was sent, I was guided here by this." He opened his hand, revealing the Ember-Stone. It glowed, but its light seemed small and feeble against the immense, consuming cold of the glade. The guardian's pale eyes focused on the stone. A flicker of memory passed over her face. "The Heartstone, it has been an age since I felt its warmth." She looked at Kalen, her gaze piercing. "But its light alone is not enough. It is a mirror, child. It can only reflect what is brought to it. The glade's own heart has grown cold with loneliness and the weight of forgotten years. Its light has gone out." Kalen understood then. The journey wasn't about delivering a magical object. It was about what he had become on the way. The stone hadn't been guiding him to the glade. It had been guiding him to himself. He thought of his own loneliness, the hollow feeling that had sent him into the woods. He thought of the warmth of old Alara's fire, the steadfast friendship of Ember, the courage he had found at the river. He thought of all the small, quiet lights that had guided him, kindness, trust, bravery. He knelt by the dark, still pool, the Ember-Stone held tightly in his hand. He didn't know any grand spells or magical words. So he simply began to speak. He spoke of the things he had learned. He spoke of the comfort of a shared silence, the strength found in a helping hand, the way a single act of kindness could light up the darkest path. He poured all the warmth he had found on his journey, the warmth of friendship, of purpose, of a heart no longer feeling alone, into the stone. And the Ember-Stone responded. It began to glow, not with a pulse, but with a steady, brilliant, sun-like radiance. The deep red of embers flared into gold and soft white. The light poured from the stone, not as a beam, but as a gentle, flowing warmth, like liquid sunlight. It touched the frozen flowers, and their glass petals began to shimmer with soft, living colors. It touched the silver trees, and their crystal leaves began to chime softly, a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. It touched the dark pool, and the water cleared, reflecting not a gray sky, but the brilliant, warm light of the stone itself. The light flowed up the guardian's roots, through her body of willow and moss. Color returned to her, the rich brown of soil, the vibrant green of new growth. She stood taller, her eyes now the deep, warm green of a summer forest. A slow, beautiful smile spread across her face. The sylvan glade was waking up. A breeze, warm and sweet with the scent of blooming things, whispered through the trees. From hidden nests and burrows, creatures began to emerge, shimmering moths, birds with feathers like jewels, small, shy animals Kalen had never seen before. The silence was replaced by a symphony of life, chirping, buzzing, rustling, a joyful noise that was the very sound of the world being born anew. The guardian placed a hand, now warm and solid, on Kalen's shoulder. "You did not bring the light, child," she said, her voice now strong and melodic. "You became the light. You reminded this place of what it had forgotten, that the truest magic, the warmth that can melt the coldest frost, is the magic of connection. Thank you." Kalen looked at Ember, who was chasing a glowing butterfly, his copper fur blazing in the new light. The hollow space inside him was gone, filled to the brim with a quiet, profound joy. He had found where he belonged. It wasn't a place on a map, it was a feeling he carried within him. He spent a day and a night in the sylvan glade, resting and marveling at its restored beauty. When it was time to leave, the guardian gave him a small, smooth seed from the oldest tree in the glade. "Plant this where your heart feels most at home," she said. "It will grow into a reminder." The journey back was different. The forest seemed brighter, friendlier. He and Ember retraced their steps, the Emberstone now resting quietly against his chest, its great task complete. When he finally emerged from the tree line and saw the familiar smoke rising from his village chimneys, it felt like returning to a dream. He went straight to Alara's workshop. The old woodcarver was waiting, as if she had known the very moment he would arrive. She took the Emberstone from him. It was dark and cool once more, a simple river stone. "Its work is done," she said, placing it on a shelf among other curiosities. "And so is yours for now." Kalen shook his head. "No, it's just beginning." He told her everything about Ember, the river, the frozen glade, the guardian. As he spoke, he realized the story itself was a kind of light, warming the small workshop. He went home to his parents, who hugged him tight, their worry melting into relief and pride. That evening, in the soft soil of his own backyard, under the watchful eye of Ember, who had decided the village was not so bad if Kalen was there, he planted the seed from the sylvan glade. And as the seasons turned, a strange and wonderful tree began to grow. Its bark was silvery, its leaves a shimmering gold green, and on the coldest, darkest winter nights, its branches would glow with a soft, ember-like light, casting a gentle, warm radiance over Kalen's home. Kalen was never lonely again. He had learned that the world is full of hidden glades and silent guardians, and that every heart carries an ember waiting to be kindled. He had learned that the most important journeys are the ones that lead you back to yourself, and that the truest warmth is found not in a solitary fire, but in the shared light of friendship. So as the fire in the hearth now burns down to a bed of glowing, pulsing coals, and the room is filled with a deep, peaceful quiet, remember Kalen's story. Remember that even on the darkest nights, there is always a light within you, waiting to be shared. Carry that warmth with you into your dreams, and know that you, too, belong. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as gentle and full of wonder as a sylvan glade, restored. In a land where the sky was not a ceiling but a tapestry of endless possibilities, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a village nestled in the rolling hills, where the air always carried the scent of blooming night bells and the soft murmur of streams. Lyra carried with her a small, smooth stone from the riverbank near her cottage. It was no ordinary stone. When she held it, it warmed gently against her palm, a constant reminder of home, and it seemed to hum with a quiet melody only she could feel. This stone was her anchor, a piece of her world that traveled with her wherever she went. Lately, a strange stillness had settled over Lyra's village. The night bells were losing their fragrance, and the streams whispered less joyfully. The elders spoke of a fading wonder, a magic that had always woven through their lives like thread through cloth, now unraveling. Lyra, with a heart full of curiosity and a soul that yearned to understand, decided she must seek the source of this enchantment. Her journey was not for glory, but to help her people and to uncover a truth about herself. that even the smallest heart can hold great courage. Her path led her to the stairway of clouds, a gentle ascent that appeared only at dawn when the first light kissed the mist. The stairs were not of stone or wood, but of condensed vapor, soft and yielding underfoot, like walking on a warm, fluffy quilt. With each step, Lyra felt a slight bounce, and the air grew cooler, carrying the clean scent of rain-washed sky. She climbed higher until the ground below became a patchwork of greens and browns, and she entered the realm of the cloud cities. The first city was Etheria, a place woven from light and mist. Buildings floated like delicate bubbles, connected by bridges of shimmering gossamer. The inhabitants were the luminals, creatures of pure light who communicated through gentle pulses and glows. They had no voices, but their movements created a symphony of colors that danced in the air. Lyra watched as a luminal approached her, its form shifting from gold to silver. It extended a tendril of light that brushed her hand, and in that touch she felt a question: "Why have you come?" Lyra held up her warm stone, and the luminal glowed brighter, understanding her purpose. It led her to the heart of Etheria, a great, swirling vortex of clouds that hummed with energy. Here the luminals gathered to share stories through light, and Lyra learned that their city was a waypoint for lost wonders, a place where memories of joy were stored. But lately the light had dimmed and the stories were fading. The luminals showed her that the magic was connected to a deeper realm, one where the roots of wonder grew. Guided by the luminals, Lyra descended through a soft tunnel of clouds that felt like sliding down a blanket of velvet. It led her to the underground Aurora Caverns, a world beneath the earth where the walls were not dark, but alive with swirling colors. The air here was thick with the scent of ancient minerals and cool, damp earth, and the ground was smooth, polished by time, like walking on glass. Strange, glowing plants grew in clusters, their leaves emitting a soft, melodic chime when touched. The creatures of this realm were the sonorous, beings made of sound and vibration. They communicated through music, each movement creating notes that wove into harmonies. Lyra met a sonorous named Melody, who had a form like a swirling ribbon of air. Melody played a tune on the crystalline flowers, and the music told Lyra of a great library where all knowledge was kept, but its doors were sealed because the key, a song of unity, had been forgotten. Lyra's stone warmed in her hand, and she hummed the little melody it seemed to hold. To her surprise, the sonorous gathered around, their music blending with hers. Together they created a bridge of sound that arched over a glowing river, leading to the next landmark, the library between dimensions. This library was not a building of wood and paper, but a living entity where books floated like leaves on a breeze, and the shelves were made of intertwined light and shadow. The scent here was of old parchment and fresh ink, mixed with a hint of starlight. The librarian was a gentle giant called the Keeper, a being who communicated through touch, its hands like soft moss that could impart wisdom with a caress. The Keeper explained that the magic of the world was fed by stories of kindness, and that a shadow of forgetfulness had crept in, causing the wonder to fade. To restore it, Lyra needed to find the echoing heart, a place where all good deeds resonated. With the Keeper's guidance, Lyra traveled through the library's corridors, which shifted and changed like dreams. She passed the Hall of Whispers, where voices of the past murmured secrets, and the Garden of Scents, where each flower held the fragrance of a different emotion. Her stone glowed brighter now, and she realized it was not just a reminder of home, but a key to understanding. It held the essence of her own kindness. Finally, she reached the echoing heart, a cavern where the walls were made of crystal that reflected every act of friendship. Here she saw that her journey itself had already begun to reweave the magic, as each creature she helped had added a thread of light. Lyra stood before the heart and shared her story, not with words but with the warmth of her stone and the memory of her village. The crystals shimmered, and a wave of renewal spread through the realms. The luminals glowed brighter, the sonorous music grew richer, and the library's books fluttered with new tales. Lyra understood then that the magic was not something to be found, but something to be nurtured through connection and care. She returned home, her stone now humming with a joyful tune, and found her village revived, the night bells fragrant once more. As she lay in her bed, the stars outside seemed to wink in gratitude, and she drifted to sleep, knowing that wonder was always within reach, carried in the heart like a warm, smooth stone. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. "The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold." Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. "It's hurting them by accident," Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer green, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother-of-pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen. That is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. "We have to go in." Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. "Listen," Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. "Not just with your ears. Feel the stone, feel the cavern." Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something, hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. "Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water." Fern's eyes widened. "The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns." Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. "The Naiad." Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The Naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. "You did it, Rowan, you listened." As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow-light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening.